All right, everybody. The clock has struck 9:30, so we'll open the meeting. We'll open with the karakia. Please say it with me. Whakataka tahau ki te uru, whakataka tahau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi ake ana ata koutakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihe, mauri ora. Kia ora. Do we have any apologies? No late arrivals, no early departures? None. Announcements by the Mayor. I can announce that very shortly we will be formally releasing details of the review of the Te Matapihi website. The review is going to be conducted by Colin McDonald, QSO, a former senior public servant. He has over 35 years' experience in public and private sector roles. That includes the Chief Executive Officer of the Department of Internal Affairs and being the Government Chief Digital Officer, also previously Chief Operating Officer at the ANZ Bank. The terms of reference for the review will also be released, and Mr McDonald is conducting the review on a pro bono basis. Confirmation of the minutes. The last meeting was on the 28th of May. I'll move that those minutes be received on the basis in which they are. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Osborne. No discussion. We'll put that for acceptance. Press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Councillor Calvert. And that is carried. Thank you. There are no items not on the agenda. We have two members of the public for public participation. I'll now invite Ms. Joan Buchanan to speak for 5 minutes in relation to Te Toi Mahana.
That we were expecting 10 minutes?
Oh, yes, you have got 10 minutes, yes.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, Mayor Little, for making this opportunity happen. Firstly, we would like to acknowledge the positive progress that has been made regarding overheating issues in council-owned housing and the constructive engagement shown by the Wellington City Council staff in working with us towards a solution. Kia ora. Thank you, Jenny. Today we're here to contribute constructively towards the improved transparency, meaningful performance reporting, and involved into strengthening social housing outcomes for tenants across council-owned assets. These are governance issues for council. Council housing strategy sets a vision of all Wellingtonians being well housed. How does council know that the social housing outcomes are being achieved? To answer this question, we found it useful to assess the availability of current information through 4 lenses: strategy, process, outcomes, outputs, and outcomes. At a strategy high level, the Council and TTM appear to be fairly strongly aligned. Here, Council links housing to well-being, housing security, affordability, and stronger communities. TTM's own reports describe housing as a foundation for personal and community well-being, and repeatedly refers to belonging, community, dignity, security, and improved life outcomes. We support these aspirations. We believe that the strategy is clear and largely consistent with best practice of social housing objectives. Process. This question is whether systems and processes exist actually deliver those objectives. The report demonstrates TTM has established a range of processes. While tenants have differing views regarding the effectiveness of some of these systems, it is clear that effort has been made to invest in establishing the infrastructure to support tenants. Again, we acknowledge this progress. Outputs. The third question is whether these processes are being actively utilized and whether there is evidence demonstrating their operational effectiveness. This is where the available information becomes less clear. There is sparse reporting regarding outputs such as support interventions undertaken, referrals made, referrals completed, and support outcomes achieved, complaints received and resolved. Without stronger output reporting, it becomes difficult to understand whether or not the process that exists are being consistently accessed by tenants and operating as TTM promotes. This is particularly important because outputs form the bridge between the process and the outcomes. Before we can conclude support services improve well-being, we need the evidence to support services that are actually being used, that the referrals are occurring, and the interventions are reaching the tenants who need them. Outcomes. The fourth and most important question is whether the desired outcomes are being achieved. This is where we believe the greatest evidence gap remains. Research from New Zealand and overseas consistently shows that social housing outcomes should include various measures. The recent independent performance analysis concludes that TTM is performing very well in many areas. However, much of the analysis relies on organizational reporting, benchmarking, performance logic modeling, which is not transparent. To be clear, estimating value is not the same as demonstrating those outcomes have actually been realized. The council officer's report may provide evidence that TTM is contractually compliant and financially sustainable housing provider. They provide far less evidence regarding whether the broader social outcomes identified by council are being consistently achieved. For example, in a social housing context with complex needs of the community of tenants, how does council know? How are tenants' well-being being measured and tracked over time? How are support and referral outcomes measured? Are there clear processes and evidence that are being implemented appropriately for the optimal outcome for tenants? Are records, audit trails, and performance measures demonstrating effective tenant support? This is not criticism, these are governance questions. What does the current evidence show? Importantly, the evidence currently available comes from TTM's own tenant survey. Even with a low response rate, the survey found overall tenant satisfaction was declining. Satisfaction with tenancy advisors is declining. Perceived safety after dark is declining. These raise legitimate questions. What is driving these trends and what actions are being taken in response? These are precisely the types of questions that performance reporting should be answering. None of this tells us how Wellington Council can assess whether TTM is performing effectively as a social landlord on Wellington Council's behalf. A useful comparison can be found in Christchurch, where the Community Housing Trust there reports not only on housing provision and finances, but also on tenancy sustainment, tenant satisfaction, tenant engagement, maintenance, performance, and support outcomes. This demonstrates that community housing providers can report against a broader range of social housing outcomes. Internationally, this is called the collective impact modeling. We believe this level of transparency and accountability should be a bare minimum that is expected by Council. We are asking Council to satisfy itself that outcomes it publicly committed to are being achieved, that there is evidence to support this conclusion. If TTM is performing well, that evidence should be visible and independently verifiable. Accordingly, We respectfully request that Council, 1, commission an independent review of TTM's social housing landlord function and outcomes reporting. 2, develop a social housing outcomes framework with all the stakeholders, including representatives selected by tenants. 3, establish an independent mechanism through which tenants' voice can be meaningfully contribute to the continuous improvement. 4, require regular public reporting to Council against these outcome measurements. Ultimately, this is not about whether social housing is valuable. It is. Nor is it about more funding. It's about understanding the effectiveness of current funding. The question is whether Wellington has sufficient evidence that outcomes it seeks are actually being achieved, and whether both tenants and ratepayers can have confidence in this conclusion. Strategy. Strategy tells us where we want to go. Outcomes tell us whether we have arrived. The challenge for Council, we believe, is ensuring there is enough evidence to connect the two. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Questions?
Thank you, Joan. We do have a little bit of time for questions. I just want to summarise very briefly what I heard was you are concerned that the outcomes that we expect of Te Mahana as our operator of our social housing are not being properly measured. You're asking that the Council satisfy itself that the outcomes are being achieved, and you've made 4 asks about how that might be achieved. So I've noted those things, but we do have one question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Joan. Just to know, I sit on the Te Mahana board, so I'm quite surprised by some of your comments because I don't agree with them. But can you tell me, have you met with the chief executive of Te Mahana to discuss your concerns?
We have attempted and attempted and attempted. It's like Groundhog Day. He wants us to meet with the junior staff. We want to meet with Jonathan and Daniel. Then he wants to meet us at a barbecue. We say, no, a winter barbecue is not. It just is over and over, no.
But when was the last time he asked if you would like a meeting?
I've had 12 emails back and forth.
Okay.
And they have wasted a lot of time for, and there's some reason he does not want to meet with us.
Okay. I met with him on Monday, and he said he would meet with you, and he's offered to meet with you.
At the barbecue.
So we'll see if we can organise that. Are you also aware that all community housing providers are accountable to the government through MHUD, and they have a strict reporting regime?
Those are minimum requirements of compliance with the Community Housing Regulatory Authority, which only recommends that they engage with tenants, but don't say they have to, for example.
All right. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Appreciate we're running, we'll in fact run out of time, but there was one other question, from Councillor Chung. Councillor, do you have a quick question?
Yes, thanks very much, Joan. I'm just wondering, the Te Mahana actually, they look at tenant surveys and they talk to tenants about their satisfaction with what they're doing. Do you know what the results of these surveys are?
They have about a 15% response rate. For example, the one that closed on the 15th it was a few weeks ago. They've extended it, presumably because they don't have enough response rates. I think there's a huge amount of problem. We've raised those issues. None of them have been incorporated into this one. We think people are just either don't care because they just don't think TTM is going to listen with that's valid, and that the results are only 15%. So there's a problem. There's a problem. TTM is not engaging. They say they're engaging, and it looks great on a paper, and it looks great on a PowerPoint, but sincere, authentic engagement does not exist.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Joan. Thank you for your submissions this morning. I think we've noted what your message is, and we will take that back. We have councillors represented on the board of Te Mahana, and they can take that up. I can now invite Kudan Lees to speak to us about rates setting. Thank you, Mr. Lees. You have 5 minutes, and any part of the 5 minutes that's not taken up, we will ask you some questions, or might ask you some questions.
Tēnā koutou, thanks for the opportunity to talk with you this morning. My name's Curtin Lees, I'm an economist at Sense Partners, and I'd like to take the opportunity to talk to you about rates or rating systems. I support consulting Wellingtonians on a possible shift from capital-based system to a land-based system, and also consulting on some of the other rate settings that you have in front of you. My first point is really that rate to a rating system, it's not just a way of raising revenue, it also shapes behaviour. So some of the council documents that I see put in front of you really weigh very heavily on who should pay more and who should pay less under different systems. And clearly those questions matter, but we should think about what kind of city we want for the future and how the rating system might actually shape what transpires. A capital-based system, it ends up at taxes improvements. So someone wants to strengthen a building, they want to build some apartments, they want to redevelop a new site. A capital-based system looks at those improvements and your rates will increase when that activity takes place. A land-based system works a little bit differently. Taxes the land that is underneath the property in question, and so that ends up being a way of actually encouraging some of the development we might want to see within Wellington. A third point is, when we sort of think about equity, land value rating can actually improve equity. So if we think about some of Wellington's most expensive locations, a much larger share of the property's value is actually tied up in the land underneath it. So a land-based system would actually improve equity. And when I think about a lot of the tone and tenor of the comments within the council documents that's in front of you, there are questions raised about equity. When we have other means for addressing equity, whether that's through central government, whether it's through a rates rebate kind of program, it's worth considering that question about what type of improvements can we bring about through our rating-based system. Certainly it's true that the capital stock and the housing stock actually moves very slowly. So a shift from capital to a land-based system isn't going to be transformative in the next 1, 2 or 3 years. But if you look further down the track and think, hey, if we look back in 10 or 20 years, where's the kind of vibrancy, where's the growth, where's the jobs, those little things add up over time. So, I'd argue that a land-based system is a better approach, or at least an approach you want to take out to consultation with Wellingtonians. We can also think historically about why we have in place a capital-based system. It certainly came from a time where we didn't have water metering. Now we've got businesses that have water metering. We're moving to an approach where that's more likely we'll see households that have water meters. So under that world, it's more easy to actually move to a land-based system, whereas in the past, a capital valuation was actually thinking about how can we do that in a sort of second-hand way. So, consultation is not implementation, so I'd certainly encourage you to think about taking a step to move towards a land-based system out to Wellington. Certainly happy to answer any questions in the brief time that we have now, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lees. I guess the question we're always grappling with rates is considering equity effects and incentive effects, and trying to pin those down in any given scenario doesn't necessarily lead to kind of straight line answers. But we have a question from Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, kia ora. Just curious in your view, if we were to amalgamate, given there are different commercial differentials over the region, different residential levels of rates, do you see land value rating system as one of the cleanest ways to actually try and harmonise that consistency in the wider Wellington region?
I think land-based rates is the best way to go, and I'd advocate that for all the councils that would be under consideration for that amalgamation decision that you're thinking about. But I would certainly separate them. So let's think about what's kind of the best approach we want to get to, and then we can think about a phased implementation to get there. So I wouldn't necessarily say, we're looking to amalgamate, let's do land valuation because that helps that process. I'd argue, let's look at what's the best system, and then we can think about what the transition kind of step might look like.
Right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Lees? Councillor Abdulrahman.
You said you support other proposals in today's meeting as well, and one of the proposals is to bring down the commercial differential versus to residential one. Do you think that is a good way of distributing rates payment? And if so, could you please just enlighten us a bit?
I wouldn't cast it as purely about distributing rates payments. I think when we increase that differential, we disincentivise the growth that we want to see within Wellington. So firms are much more likely to either move to Petone or move further away, or to be honest, not actually start up. So, it becomes harder for firms actually to do what they want to do within Wellington. And I get that it's tough. I get that that means that residents have to take up more of the burden immediately, but in the long run, that means fewer jobs. And ultimately, those firms are people that will employ Wellingtonians locally. So I would encourage thinking about a smoother path to a much lower differential.
Thank you. We have gone past the time, but I will allow one more question from Councillor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you. Just in the article that you wrote, I wanted to understand more about the thinking between equity versus, well, not versus, but affordable. And could you just unpack the difference in this context a bit more for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we should ask questions about equity. But when I look at some of the work that thinks about what does a suburb level income look like compared to houses in each suburb, I don't think that really digs into how we think about how individual households or families are actually faring at the moment. So I think that we can think more about what would a land-based system look like for every individual property, and certainly for the work that I've done and the work that I've seen, that would actually improve equity for people that have lower incomes. There are more points we can kind of speak to, but I think just looking at a suburb level doesn't really dig into that kind of granular detail.
Thank you, Mr. Lees. They're very helpful comments, and again, appreciated your article this morning in the Post as well. That I'm sure your comments will assist us in our deliberations today and in the future. So thank you. So at this point, we're going to adjourn the council meeting, and we're going to prepare to transmogrify into the Committee for Planning and Finance, and we're going to break for 2 minutes while we swap people and chairs.
Welcome everyone to today's Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee meeting. Could you please let me or Democracy Services know if you intend to leave the meeting? Morning tea will be approximately 10:30, and we will be taking a 15-minute break on request. So, okay, whenever we break. Okay, so we've done the karakia through the council meeting. We'll now move into apologies. Do I have any apologies? I think I do.
So I may be an early departure.
Okay, so Councillor Uisi for early departure. Anybody else? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I may be an early departure, depending on how long we go.
Okay, I'm hoping we will be finished before you need to go. I'll note that anyway. Anybody else? Can't see it. I'll move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote. I can't see from here. Sorry. Carried. Thank you. All right. Conflict of interest declarations. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they may have in relation to the items on the agenda. Councillor Foon. I've never seen so many hands raised.
With the Chair's approval, I would like to make a personal explanation, understanding Order 20.11.
Okay.
Yes, great.
Yep.
At the last Council Planning and Finance Committee, we made decisions on the annual plan, which included agreeing to fund the deficit of Wellington Zoo Trust. I am appointed as a trustee of that trust, and while I do not consider I have a conflict of interest, I would like to record my interest in the zoo as an appointed trustee for the sake of transparency, and I do apologise for not raising it at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Foon. It's completely understandable. I know you spoke.
It was a rather large day.
I know, and you spoke to me afterwards, and I did not see an issue with that meeting. But thank you for raising it now.
Thank you, Chair.
And, no apology required.
Thank you.
We have Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Sorry, kia ora. Look, in the interests of good public transparency, I just want to disclose that I did receive a financial donation from an individual involved with Common Ground Aotearoa as part of the election campaign last year. I don't believe this constitutes a conflict of interest, but it is good to disclose.
Thank you. Seems like there's been a few donations. Councillor Arubai.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to disclose the same. However, I just want to add that at the time there was definitely no promise made. It was more of an exploration. But yeah, no, I just want to declare that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Those are the people that I know many, many years, even before I intend to run for election. And they supported me in the previous election. They did support me in this election as well. But this time, they were just running on the land value rates, the common ground. And I also received some donation from them, just for transparency as well.
They didn't offer me any, but anyway, okay. Councillor Uiti. I'll just go around the Labour table.
I will also make the same declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien?
Yeah, I'd like to make the same disclosure as well. Thanks.
And did I see Councillor Matthews? Oh, Councillor Food.
Yeah, I think for efficiency's sake, I will make a declaration on behalf of the Green councillors around the table that we also receive donations from supporters of land value rates, but do not consider that any. Kia ora.
Yes, of course, sorry, you agree. Yeah. Else? Obviously, no. But I'm assuming they were all within the 1,500. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. So, okay, all right.
I should know. I had in my election declaration. I had some support from a supporter.
Thank you. Thank you for your transparency. Okay. Noted. That's quite. I think we've broken a record about things noted for conflict of interest declarations. But good to see. Okay, we now move to the confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that the Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee approves the minutes of the committee meeting held on the 27th of May 2026, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Randall, thank you. Take it no debate, so we will move to vote. Thank you. And that's carried, sorry. Okay. Right. There are no items not on the agenda. And now we'll move to public participation for a couple of the items on the agenda. So can I invite Pearson Palmer from Common Ground Aotearoa to come and speak to us. Welcome, Pearson. You've spoken to us before, haven't you? Yes. So if you've got 10 minutes, and if you want to allow any time for questions, if you could do that within the 10 minutes, please.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, councillors. My name is Pearson. I'm the director of Common Ground Aotearoa. Common Ground is an organisation working to simplify and reform local government rates across New Zealand. Today, I want to speak in support of proceeding to consultation on shifting Wellington's general rates from capital value to land value, with reference to the report that Council has issued. So the supplementary report identifies many of the core benefits of land value rating. It recognizes that LVR can support housing supply, encourage more efficient land use, and reduce the penalty on development. But despite identifying those benefits, the report recommends not proceeding. We disagree with that recommendation. The central problem with the report is that it treats the impacts of moving to LVR as exceptional, while treating the impacts of the current capital value system as normal. But the capital value rating system is not neutral. It already creates winners and losers. It already shapes incentives. It already shifts the rating burden onto people who build, improve, subdivide, strengthen, and intensify. Keeping capital value is an active decision made at each rates review that happens every 3 years, to keep taxing improvements and to keep giving relatively favorable treatment to underused high-value land. Capital value rating penalizes improvement. When someone adds homes, strengthens a building, renovates or makes productive use of a site, the capital value rises, and so do their rates. Capital value removes that penalty, or land value rating removes that penalty by rating the underlying value instead. If Wellington wants more housing, more apartments, and better use of scarce urban land, then the rating system should not be punishing people for building those things. There's also a bit of an existing cross-subsidy that the report doesn't properly discuss. Under the capital value rating system, high-density neighborhoods and apartment buildings are rated more heavily because they contain more improvements, obviously. Dense areas are using infrastructure more efficiently. More households share the same pipes, roads, footpaths, public transport access, parks, libraries, amenities. Yet the rating system charges them more for those because, obviously, of the higher improvement value. In practice, our denser neighborhoods are already producing more revenue for the city than they cost in services, while low-density neighborhoods are comparatively favored. So capital value already does a pretty poor job of approximating service use. For general rates, land value is no worse than capital value as a proxy for service use, and it is better at accounting for the benefits received from council and community investment. Public infrastructure, zoning capacity, transport access, and parks and amenities and all this stuff is all capitalized into land value. Land value better reflects the location-based benefits that council and the wider community help to create. The report's own example showed the economic case for LVR, but the fact that there are winners and losers, as with any rates distribution, is being cited as a reason to be cautious. That is not a good reason to preserve a poorly designed system. Risks can be managed through consultation and transition. They are not a reason to leave the current incentives untouched. We are also concerned that the scenario officers presented involves significantly raising the commercial differential in order to keep the revenue split the same. This creates a false impression about what businesses would pay under LVR and if the differential were maintained or lowered. The consultation should allow the public and councillors to consider LVR on its own merits, not only in a scenario where other settings are being changed at the same time, especially like moving up the commercial differential, which seems to be the opposite direction that council is considering moving in. The report also notes that utility providers may benefit under LVR because land values are small and non-existent for their assets. If council is concerned about their treatment, the answer is a targeted rate, not keeping the general rate on capital value. Similarly, the report presents expanding the vacant land or derelict building differential as a limited alternative to LVR, but that is already proven to be a messy substitute. It requires council to define what counts as vacant, derelict, active development, substantial occupation, all of this stuff. It creates boundary issues and avoidance incentives and applies only to a small list of properties. And even if it's extended to the Adelaide district, that's not going to increase substantially. And of course, it consumes more to administer than it actually produces in revenue. It makes up a very small percentage of council's total revenue. LVR avoids a lot of this mess, a lot of the administrative burden that comes with these targeted rates. It does not require council to decide whether a site is poorly utilized enough to deserve a higher rate. It simply rates high-value land more consistently, whether it is vacant, underused, or fully developed. So the decision today should not be framed as choosing between a risky land value system and a neutral capital value system. Capital value is not neutral. It taxes improvement, rewards underuse, and makes dense neighborhoods subsidize lower density land use. LVR is not a complete housing policy in itself, but it's a very useful complement considering what this council has already done with regard to zoning reform, infrastructure investment, and user charging with water rates and whatnot. All things this council has said that it really wants, and this is a good policy to help that would work in tandem with those. It creates better incentives, reduces the penalty on development, and better aligns the rating system with the value created by location, public investment, and urban growth. For those reasons, we urge council to proceed with consultation on LVR. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Young.
Thank you. There is some concern that with land value, developers or people with land put up cheap buildings just to ease their rates. And one of the reasons, so you may not be aware, Wellington used to have land value rating until 1992. And one of the reasons it switched was because there were developers who put up cheap buildings, the curse of which we are still living with today, such as the Oaks. Are you aware of that?
I do know that we changed. I think it was a regrettable decision, but I'd also say that a cheap building is better than an empty lot for the people who get to live in them.
Have you seen how grotty the Oaks is?
Have you seen how grotty the empty lots are?
No, I'd rather have a little park. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tiffenbacher?
Yeah, so obviously we're in the process of looking at amalgamation potentially, and Wellington is only one of 5 councils. Do you think it's appropriate for us to go out to consultation with just Wellingtonians, or are you suggesting that we should do it for all 5 councils? Because if we do amalgamate, it's something that would obviously impact everyone.
Yeah, so obviously we are the largest jurisdiction, and the other councils in the region are going to be looking for us for direction about what this future council is going to look like. I think Wellington would be a great pilot project, and it would give us a lot more information about what our rating system should look like on the whole if we do amalgamate.
Okay, I might just suggest that I doubt the other councils are looking for us for direction and they'd want solid input into the process. I think that would be my thought.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just, we've had quite a few councillors around the table declare they've got funding from Common Ground Aotearoa.
Point of order, misrepresentation. The disclosure was not that they received any funding from Common Ground Aotearoa.
Oh, I thought that's what you were disclosing. What were you disclosing?
One of our members is very motivated and took it upon himself to make a number of donations.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. Does this any more questions? No? Cool. Okay, thank you, Pearson. All right. can I now invite Edith Butcher? I hope I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, Edith. And have you got Bella with you?
Bella is online.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hi, Bella.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and committee members. My name is Edith Butcher. I'm the CEO of the Woolstore Group, but I'm here today as a member of the Property Council Wellington Regional Committee, and specifically on behalf of the Property Council of New Zealand. Property Council is a leading advocate for the property industry, and it represents 164 Wellington companies across the private, public and charitable sector. So even though you're just seeing one person today, just think about all the other people that we are representing. I'm here today because the committee is considering whether Wellington's business differential should be reduced. I want to stress today that the decision before councillors is not simply a debate about rates. It is a decision about the future vibrancy of our city and whether the businesses that bring life to Wellington's streets, employ our people and drive investment can continue to thrive. First, I want to talk about why property matters to the city. Property is Wellington's third largest industry. There is 223 billion in property assets across the city. It contributes 3.6 billion directly to Wellington's GDP, and it supports employment for almost 25,000 Wellington residents. Across the sector, across New Zealand, the property sector contributes 15% to GDP, and we're the industry that drives real investment back into New Zealand communities. And we are concerned about the Wellington landscape. We surveyed our Wellington CBD members. 95% told us occupancy is declining and vacancy is rising. 91% said Wellington is less competitive than other major New Zealand cities. And 70% told us they want to exit, delay, or reduce their investment here over the next 2 to 3 years. Our members have put it simply. Rates and insurance costs have become so high that businesses are downsizing and shifting staff to remote work, and that directly undermines retail, hospitality, and events in our city centre. It's becoming too challenging and too costly for businesses to operate in the city, and people are starting to look for alternatives. The Council's own commissioned research, the Infometrics Rates Affordability Report, found Wellington's median commercial rates sit at $13,000 a year. Compare that to Auckland, to $10,000, and Christchurch at just $8,000. As a share of capital value, Wellington commercial rates sit at 2.4%, nearly 3 times Auckland and Christchurch, which sit around 0.9% of capital values. If we look at the differential for Auckland, the differential sits at 2.4, with a ratio split of commercial 31% to residential 69%. In Wellington, the split is 48% commercial to 52% residential. As an example, we have a like-for-like comparison of a similar B-grade office building in Auckland and Wellington. Council rates alone are more than double, $94 per square metre in Wellington versus $45 in Auckland. And insurance is even worse, $65 Wellington versus $18 in Auckland. And all of this is happening at a backdrop of other rising costs. Greater Wellington targeted rate up 9.1%, Council's general rate up 7.4%, downtown levy up 6%, water rates up 13.3%, and all while Wellington holds the highest business differential in the country at 3.7 to 1. The business differential does not exist in isolation. It is one of many costs facing Wellington businesses. But unlike many of those pressures, this is the one that sits squarely within this council's control. 86% of our members say rates, including this differential, are actively shaping their decisions on investment, developing and leasing. Owners are squeezed twice. through cash flow pressure and again through falling asset values as the market reprices the risk. So what are we asking for? A commitment ahead of the 2027 to 37 long-term plan to a clear, staged pathway for reducing the differential, moving forward towards a more equitable balance between residential and commercial ratepayers. And certainty matters here. A transparent pathway gives businesses the confidence to invest, develop, and commit to the city, rather than deferring decisions or looking elsewhere. And a pathway that council can commit to and actually enact. To close, Wellington CBD needs people, it needs investment, and it needs confidence to recover. The current differential works against all three. As you head into the long-term plan process, a staged, reduced pathway is a signal to the market, to investors, and to the businesses that are already here that this council is serious about making Wellington open for business again. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Edith. We've got a few questions that hopefully we'll get through. Thank you for allowing time. I've just got a quick question. You're Property Council of New Zealand, so are you aware of any other council around the country looking at its rating system changing or looking at its commercial differentials as well generally?
I'm personally not. Bella might be. Who's online?
Yeah, we advocate all up and down the country for councils to reduce the differential and move towards a targeted rate and a plan towards reducing the differential. We're not aware of any councils committing to that plan. The other council who looks to be in their previous long-term plan, 2024 to 34, was Auckland Council, and they committed to a long-term reduction in their differential, but they didn't actually execute that in their annual plans. So we'll be waiting to see what they decide for their next long-term plan.
Okay, thank you. We first have Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Kia ora, thank you for the submission. Lots of statistics and high-level numbers which are compelling. I'm just wondering if you can talk to, without breaching any member privacy, any tangible examples of things that haven't happened in Wellington that you're aware of because of the commercial differential? Helps for framing our thinking a little.
Yes, I guess the commercial ratepayers have other... So Wellington is mainly gross leases, so you don't recover the outgoings, the OPEX. So it just, for any developer, any leasing, it needs to take into account what your outgoings might be. So if you, as a landlord, as a developer, as an investor, don't have any certainty of what that might be, you just see it going up and up and up. It does, as I said in my submission, it's very hard for people to give them certainty around what their rate is going to be, their rental rate. And yes, I do believe there's people in this area that have deferred decisions because numbers have not stacked up, especially for developers. Yeah, because they will have to take into account rates, insurance, and then the model doesn't work.
Thank you. If I may, Councillor, I just refer you to the survey results that we sent around to councillors prior to this meeting. There are some quotes there that directly reference decisions in Wellington that have been delayed because of the differential.
Thank you. And we next have Councillor Compton.
Good morning. Thank you for your submission today. So we've just heard that Auckland committed to reducing their commercial differential in their long-term plan but didn't execute it. We're also putting up, I guess the substantive today is to reduce our commercial differential but over a period of 6 years. 6 years is 2 lots of councils going through it. What does 6 years mean to the property council versus a more rapid reduction in the commercial differential, given that essentially it went up within a year from 3.25 to 3.7? What would a rapid reduction over a period of, say, 3 years mean to the property team?
I might refer that to Bella.
Yeah, I think if there's an immediate reduction, that's an immediate signal to the market that Wellington City Council is serious about investment and is serious about bringing vibrancy back to the businesses there. So, any sort of immediate signal to the market like that would be the preference. However, at the end of the day, Property Council want to see something that's enduring, sustainable, and that council can commit to. So we are aware that you guys have competing interests here that you have to balance. So whatever is feasible for council, we will support at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're fully aware that it needs to be feasible for all parties involved.
Okay, thank you. We are now out of time, and just in fairness to the other speaker, just making sure both got 10 minutes, but we will take a break now for 15 minutes. So Councillor Abdurrahman and Councillor Rogers, I'm sure Edith will be here. If you've got a specific question, you can ask her, and please join us for morning tea. And we'll be back at 10:40. 10:40, but I couldn't count because that would have been, if I'd taken 15 minutes, it would have been 10:35. So we will get started since everyone is around Councillor Foon, since everyone now is around the table, I think. Is anybody else missing? All right. Since I said 10:40, we'll just wait a couple of minutes till she gets back. We'll get back started, and we'll now move into general business. And that is the adoption of the 26-27 annual plan. Can I welcome Raina Kiriyama and Baz Kaufman to introduce the report, please? Welcome. And thank you for your hard work on this.
Good morning, councillors. In essence, we're going to take the paper as read, and we're happy to take any questions if there are any.
Questions, Councillor Foon?
Yeah, look, this is just really just wanted to get it in public that to clarify the wording around the creative capital funding and the Tangako Civic Square activation budget, that we've clarified that the funding will not be reduced from the creative capital and reduced from the Tangako activation budget.
That's correct. So the wording that went out in the agenda was incorrect. In the Q&As, we've identified that and identified also the correct wording that will go in its place. So there's no amendment required. It'll be done under editorial licence.
Great. Thank you, Baz.
Are there any other questions? Okay, and just a reminder that this is really, it's all been checked, added up, so there's really no opportunity to make any changes. So we will, thank you, Raina and Baz. So I will move the paper. I would just like to say once again thank you to the officers for the tight turnaround of this. It is normally the case at this time of year, but I think it certainly has helped with having the triennium plan. So I just want to support the mayor in enabling that. It did take a few months to get agreement, but we did get there. But what it did is actually then helped us to shape up the annual plan on a good basis. So and that will also lead us into the long-term planning as well. So look, I'm really pleased to say that we have come down. We're still under 6% at 5.9, and to what we were predicting at originally 12% under the long-term plan. So a good effort, and I know this is the trajectory in terms of rates increases that a lot of us want to get to, going down rather than going up. So I will move this paper. Do I have a seconder? Mayor Little, would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and just acknowledge that I think this annual plan makes good progress on the critical objectives that we have to start to get council spending under control and to make sure that the rates rises are reasonable and affordable at a pretty challenging time for most households. I think even just looking through the recommendations, it's pretty clear we still have work to do. The level of borrowing concerns me. We end the next financial year still outside the admittedly self-imposed measure for our debt to revenue measure. So we still have a challenge there. The need for ongoing management of cost effectiveness does not go away, and that pressure will remain. It's our job to work with the Chief Executive to ensure that we do that. But in the circumstances, I think this is a good result. The average rates increase comes in at 5.9%. It's 0.1% higher than we had when we concluded at the last deliberation of the annual plan, but nevertheless it's kind of within cooey. But I just underscore the fact that the work to achieve good cost effectiveness remains. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Oh, well, then let's, no right of reply from me. Let's move to a vote. I take it everyone's comfortable being held together? Yep. Thank you. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now we've dealt with the annual plan. Now we'll move on to the into our long-term plan for 2027, 2037. So the next paper is the proposed rating policy changes for consultation to inform our long-term plan. Can I invite Raina Kiriyama to the table? And we've got Vincent as well. Welcome. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou. I'll largely take the report as read. Just wanted to highlight a couple of things in regards to next steps and how we're doing this process. So it is best practice to undertake a rating policy review before you engage with the community on your long-term plan. And that's to make sure that when we're talking with our communities, we are talking about the how the pie is sliced as opposed to how big the pie is, and that's where we're talking about budgets through the LTP. So it's best practice to do that engagement now, to get feedback from the community on that, to inform the long-term plan, and we will then consult through the long-term plan again on those changes as well to the rating policy review. I also just wanted to highlight that we did commission a report from Burl regarding the downtown targeted rate, which we have included here, and we will also have Killian here hopefully to answer any questions you may have on the report. Otherwise, happy to take questions.
Hey, we've got a question from Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification around recommendations 2 and 3. Both the chapeaus of those two recommendations start with agreed on the preferred option, and then they both list a series of options. I'm just a little bit confused. Are we agreeing to a series of options that includes a preferred option, or are we agreeing to just one preferred option?
As part of the engagement, we will have a preferred option. However, we will also include those other options to engage with the community to get their feedback on.
I wonder if just with, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask of leave of the meeting, but we could just change the chapeau to make that clear. I think at the moment it's not entirely clear.
Yeah, look, I agree. And I just wonder whether having potentially 5 options might be too many. I don't know whether people have got a view in the consultation, or we could address that in the consultation when the consultation document comes back to us. Maybe we could have a look at if there is a preference to not to have too many options and water down any responses.
We can do that.
Yeah, that would be good. Is that? Do you want to take?
I mean, like it's not a massive deal, but it logically doesn't quite follow that the first part says agree on the preferred options, and then we have a list of options.
Okay. Well, with leave of the meeting, we can. Sorry, I should have gone to questions before I got it seconded, but with leave of the meeting, we can agree on some wording. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Mm. Okay, I think, can we just... Following options? Yeah, look, before we confirm the wording, we'll just go through any other questions. So if we have to then take a bit of a break, then we can do it all together. Okay, so who's it? Councillor Abdurrahman and then Councillor Chung.
So what is your understanding when it says reduced commercial differential to 3.01 phasing over 6 years? Does that mean first year is going to be 3.6, 3.5, 3.4? What exactly are we talking about?
We will do the modelling to look at what the most appropriate way to phase it would be and bring that advice back through to you when you confirm the consultation document.
Oh, that
but ultimately there will be modelling done to look at what that would be.
Okay. And rates increase wise for residential, what that looks like as well by the end of that 6 years, what that 0.7 means when you distribute it.
Yes, we can look to provide that advice.
Okay.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. Looking at these options, before you actually decided on how to do these, was there any engagement with businesses on the length of time before these changes would be implemented? Because how would that affect them?
No, but the intention of this is to go out to engage with those groups to get that feedback to inform the decisions you'll make on the rating policy.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Fern.
Yeah, just on recommendation 6, agree to consult on extending the geographical area that the vacant land and derelict buildings differential applies to. I just want to understand how officers decided on that extra area around the Basin Reserve and Adelaide Road, and just how Newtown was considered through that process.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to elaborate on that. And so when we looked at the existing boundaries of the vacant land differential, which has a boundary just at the basin, we looked right next to it and we saw that there were quite a substantial amount of vacant, or what looks to be vacant properties. And also from a central city vibrancy argument, you possibly look at extending that area rather than in other areas which are not that close to the central city. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Compton, I think.
Chair, I have just have 2 questions. Has the cost to implement potential shift to LVR been factored into either the 26-27 annual plan or into LTP?
No, it has not.
Thank you. And this is probably more of so another question around LVR. Is there a risk, I guess, with climate change that land on the flat devalues, but subsequently increases the value of land on hills?
We'd have to have a look at that and come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman?
When you go out for consultation, are you saying the community who feedback to it, they will have a clarity exactly what it means, this difference? Changing to 3.6 means you will be getting this much. Do they have that clarity in the paper if they look at it when they do feedback?
Yes. As part of those options, we will talk to the impact of those and what that means. I guess it's hard because this is about the size of the pie. The actual dollar impacts will change, or depending on the decisions you make through the long-term plan and setting of the amount of rates in the future. Yep. So it will be indicative.
Councillor Tiffenbacher?
Yeah, see on 2.2 that it's got option 2 as preferred, consultant changing the rating base. Was that officers' preference, and if so, why?
No, I think officers did not, and I'll just answer that. Officers did not want to make a choice. They wanted us as elected members to make that decision because it was based on the triennium plan.
So should we have the word preferred in there? Because that just seems a little bit misleading to me.
The mayor is moving the substantive, so the mover of the motion with mayor can amend the substantive.
Okay.
So this is coming from the mayor. So yeah, I've got a question. If we go with option 2 to consult on a land value versus capital value, how does that? There basically is potentially 2 rating systems that then we have to calculate 3 and 4 on. So there would be double. It would be. I mean, how clear would that be able to be? Because if we go with LVR, what does that mean to the commercial differential trend and also the TRQY differential, as opposed to it's status quo?
Yes, so if you made a decision to go with a land value rating, then we would first think of how does the transition period look like? Do we need a targeted rate? And then the other things which we would need then to assess is what's the commercial differential and what should it be based on the split or whatever split councillors would think is preferred. And from there, then once we have the commercial split and the differential determines the split, we would then look on the utility providers and what their differential is. So yeah.
I just need, sorry, through you, Chair, I think it's just important to highlight that we may need to do a couple of rounds of consultation here, depending on where the outcomes of the first consultation gets to, for that exact reason that you're asking. Because if you change the system to LVR, you may want to then look at setting more targeted rates, because for things like utilities, those other things, the rates would decrease quite significantly on those. So you may want to set targeted rates for the services that they want. And so we may need to do a few bites at this to consult, but this is the first step in the process.
Okay. So I know we've asked the question about if we looked at putting in, say, land value rating system. Have you got any more clarity on the cost of doing that, in terms of this presumably would take place during the next financial year?
Look, we've estimated the costs between the $600,000 to $2 million. It is hard to say at this stage until we can undertake that work. We would need to look at resourcing systems and processes and things like that. But that is our best estimate in terms of how much it would cost.
And have we got $2 million spare in our 26-27 budget?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor McNulty, then Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Actually, slightly high-level question, but what is our need to always have a preferred option when we go out for consultation? Why do we prefer to have a preferred option?
That gives us the base in which we can give information about choosing different options. So we would provide the analysis in terms of what that means, and then the other options would balance off that. Andrea might want to add something.
I'm also looking at Karen because she might have a view, but I also, part of this consultation, ultimately we need to go back out and consult on the long-term plan. As part of the long-term plan special consultative procedure, you need to be able to highlight your preferred option and work through that basis as well. Because you need that to factor in all of the underlying information that you're basing your decisions on.
So just clarify, so within the special consultative procedure within the LTP, there is a legal requirement to have preferred options.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, can I get a bit of clarity on that? So does one of the options have to have preferred on it? Is that what that meant? Sorry, I just... Because if so, why didn't it prior to this change?
So we have given a list of options. One of them does need to be the council's preferred option. We are providing advice as officials that these could be the options. Politically, you have the mandate to decide on which option you want to go out to the community with. We're not providing that advice. We're just providing you with the background to enable you to make that decision.
So I'm still a little bit confused because obviously we haven't voted on it yet. So surely once we vote on it, it becomes the preferred option. It's just I'm a little bit uncomfortable because if you look back on the records after this meeting, it would be a reasonable expectation for the public to expect that officers had made this the preferred option. Because surely we vote on or against each option individually, which we probably will in this case.
Can I just clarify? If you look at the previous long-term plan consultation document, there was options for various aspects that we were consulting on, and one of them was had the word preferred option. So my expectation is that all options would be given equal weight in terms of the information being provided. But it's just that one is stated as the preferred option of the committee or of the council, and so that's we're following the norm.
Okay, not sure I'm comfortable, but yeah, okay.
And look, and we're following it as per legislation. So I've got two lawyers next to me. We've got Puiwi Kelly.
Is it fair to say that essentially by saying preferred option, we're giving our residents and ratepayers indication of what the council's actually looking at, so it makes it easier for them to decide, no, I don't want it, I don't want that, and so I'm going to come and make a submission about it. Is it fair to say that?
Yep. Yes, it is. It does give that indication to the community that that is your preference before you hear the feedback as part of that consultation or engagement.
Thank you. All right. Yep. Oh, sorry, Councillor Young.
Sorry, Chair. Just thinking about the staffing requirements. So, do you have any idea of how many staff would be required? Say it decided to go to consultation, and the consultation said, go ahead. How many staff would it take to do the work? And also, when would it be a realistic, what are the most likely date that it would be implemented?
To be honest, I think we need to go away and do that work following the decision here of what that would look like to be able to provide a timeline and including resources, etc. as well.
Can I highlight that for Te Aki Wai, which we're doing one aspect of billing for, that has equated to 10 additional staff. This is a reset of our entire rates and our systems, so it would be substantially more than that. But we would need to work through and do quite a significant project planning work through that. But I can just give you an indication based on what we're doing for Te Aki Wai that that's at least 10 additional staff at this point in time.
And Councillor Matthews?
Just to clarify, any decisions about timetable for implementation and resourcing required to actually make a change are things that we could decide post-consultation when a change is made.
Correct, yes. Yep.
Okay. This might be actually might be a question for the chief executive, but just in terms of our Head Start proposal, and it might even be the mayor, in August we are putting forward our Head Start proposal with the other neighbouring councils. Has the rating system been considered as part of that, or will be being considered?
Through you, Chair, no, it hasn't been considered through this.
Is this likely to be considered as an element?
Well, I think having the Head Start proposal go out and also consulting with the community on your preferred options gives an opportunity for people to start having those conversations collectively. So I wouldn't want to predetermine any outcome of either, but it's, yeah.
Sorry, Chair, just allow me to intervene here. The way it will work is, in the event we put up a proposal to ministers in August, it'll be for ministers to decide, go to the next step, which will be which councils in any region are candidates for a merger. My expectation is that there will then be a timetable set for councils to then negotiate that merger. All relevant factors will have to be considered, including ratings base. If we have a signal through consultation that Wellingtonians wish land value rating, for example, to be considered as a factor, that is something that we then would bring to the table. But ultimately, we would have to reach agreement, and ultimately, it'll be ministers who decide the ultimate kind of merger agreement that is done. So it sets us up to take this into a set of negotiations at best.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews, did you have your hand?
No, the Mayor answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Puiwi Kelly?
Do we know what sort of timeline we're going to have? Because I wouldn't want to see what happened with Te Aki Wai, where everybody said that, the 4 weeks wasn't enough. The consultation I'm talking about.
Of the Head Start, I think we've, all I can say is I heard Simon Watts speak to elected members the other night, and he said basically, you know what the timeline is, i.e. the 9th of August, so you have to get your proposals in by, and you know what time the bus is coming, and if it's up to you whether you're on it or not.
Jesus.
There might be a late bus, but the critical
We are
time,
Wellington.
the critical, it won't be a number 32 Express, I can tell you that. I think the critical period will be actually the period after the election, when ministers are making decisions, and obviously the election will have an impact on that. But in terms of the government's timetable, minister are expected to make decisions at the beginning of next year on the next step for the merger program, and then the effort that goes into negotiating mergers follows from there.
Thank you. Any other questions on the substantive? Okay, so just officers have made. Oh, sorry, Councillor Osborne.
Can I have a quick comment on that?
Yeah, well, I was just going to come to that. So basically saying the officers have drafted up. I'm happy just to take a couple of minute break just to make sure that we are comfortable. Is that all right? So we'll just take a short 2-minute break just to agree on the wording, amended wording in recommendation number 2. 2 minutes, just give people. Preferred option. So hopefully that clarifies any everything for those who have helped us improve. Excellent. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillors Osborne and Al-Rubai. Any other questions of officers? No? Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work on this. Officers, can I also just ask you the part of this debate into the commercial differential and the rating-based system? We had a number of presentations leading up to this. Can I ask you gather those and I'll table them as part of the documentation to this paper? It would be helpful just to have everything all in one spot. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I will, the Mayor will be moving this paper as he's leading the LTP work, so to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, officers, too, for the work you've done on this. This is just trying to get a number of principles and factors tied down before we commence the kind of deep preparation of the LTP. So consulting with our community over some things that we want to see or might want to see in the LTP. So that's the purpose of this. It's getting the public's response to some of these factors. And they are important. We made a training plan commitment over exploring or investigating land value rating. I think it is important. We do take that out to the public for consideration. I have to say, after hearing the public participation submissions this morning, I think whatever system we have is going to have both positive and negative equity effects and positive and negative incentive effects. But we have an opportunity, I think, through the consultation process to get a bit of a public debate going and understand what the range of effects might be and therefore what might be desirable. In relation to the rating, the form of rating system, it is going to be relevant to any future discussion about mergers or amalgamations, and that's taken account of in the amended substantive. In relation to the commercial differential, again, we've heard from a range of sources, admittedly the Property Council, their members have a vested interest in this, at least financially, but actually we heard from the economist from Sense Partners too, about the impact of the commercial differential and, again, the incentive or disincentive effects of that. My view is we do need to think carefully about it. We know that by reducing the commercial differential, there is then a shift onto residential, and if we go down that path, then we need to manage that carefully in a way that isn't going to put undue pressure on households, given the work we're trying to do to keep rates pressures off households to the best extent that we can. I think the recommendations as they now are strike a good balance. I'm thankful to Councillor Osborne for his contribution and advice. A hat tip for using the language of chapeaus and parentheses. That I think provides a very clear sort of direction that we can take out to the community for consultation. It is important, I think, that we hear from everybody on these two important things. The recommendations also include other aspects of our total rating system, and it's important that that we hear about those sorts of things as well, particularly as we've seen recently with the flood damaged homes, is to make sure that our rates remissions policies actually cover those sorts of events, those sort of special circumstances events. So on that basis, I think this will provide us with some good information as we embark on the work of putting the LTP together later this year. So on that basis, I recommend the substantive recommendations as amended.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Would you like Councillor O'Brien? Matthew, second.
I'll speak now. My comments will focus on the issue of land value rating, and I guess I'll start with a bit of a how it started meme before I move on to how it's going. The review to consider a change to land value ratings came about as a result of an amendment Councillor Jenny Condi and I made during the district planning process. We had voted down an inclusionary zoning proposal as we feared it would discourage housing development, but wanted to follow the guidance of the Productivity Commission and investigate land value ratings and how they could support housing development in our city. I also note at that time we had not done a ratings policy review for some years. Upzoning and land value rating go hand in hand. And I'm a bit sort of sad to admit that I am both, as I've previously said, a planning tragic and a rates nerd when it comes to this issue. The same critique is applied to both, that they will somehow magically simultaneously achieve nothing while destroying everything. And I guess I want to reassure my colleagues that when we come to that point, that a move to an LVR will not, despite what you might hear from some opponents, outlaw the back garden or eliminate the single family home. It just means that rates will better reflect the trade-offs that back garden or home represents depending on where in the city it is. Neither of those scare scenarios are true, of course. Land value ratings are a tool and they are not a magic bullet. They are a tool to help us shape the city and region we want to see in the future. I was lucky enough to meet with Chuck Marone from Strong Towns when he was in Aotearoa, and he shared an analogy about how we must both allow and support cities to grow. And the analogy he used was about babies and how they grow into toddlers and children and adolescents. That they retain their essential character, the things that make us love them, but they must grow and change and progress in order to reach adulthood. And I guess in this scenario, I'd probably describe Pōneke at the moment as kind of a spotty and moody 13-year-old, and land value ratings are a tool to help us grow into a more robust young adult. Land value ratings will also, as has been outlined, enable us to make rates more equitable in their distribution at a time that it is more important to do so than ever. I guess I just want to reflect that it was quite personally difficult, so heartbreaking to me to have to put this decision on ice last term because we didn't have the capacity, because we were doing an LTP amendment to proceed as we would have with a decision last term. It's heartening to me to see that this, with today's decision, we may take a step closer to fruition. But I do want to reassure my colleagues that even if you are not an enthusiastic supporter of LVR, as I am, that a yes vote today is simply about giving an opportunity for our community to have their voice on this important matter. And like all of you, I look forward to hearing those views and continuing on this journey to what I hope will be a fairer, more equitable rating system with the right kind of incentives. Kia ora.
Any other Councillor Randall, you've got an amendment. Would you like to move that now? Thank you.
Yes, so I've passed officers an amendment. I agree with Councillor Matthews. This is not a decision on what we're going to do. This is a decision on asking Wellingtonians what they want us to do. And I think all of these things are important to get right as to what we put before them. I've got a small amendment around the commercial rates.
Get that up so people know what we're talking about, so that because you'll introduce it, then we'll ask officers any questions. That is the amendments up there.
Yes. So actually, you need to strike out. Oh yes, everything. Register.
Okay. All right.
No, it should be 3. That isn't my amendment.
Okay.
Not 2.8. It's 3.0.
Yep.
I know that officers have tried to translate it across.
Yeah.
Andrea, you're live on camera.
Sorry, Andrea, they've taken off the paper shot, so you're in full bloom.
Can
But
you share with us?
you're looking good.
Can you share with us what you're reading?
Protein balls.
You're welcome to turn your camera off, but you're very welcome to keep it on. It's up to you. You're looking good. Thank you for your patience. I think it's been worthwhile. Councillor Randall.
Yes. Look, on reflection and discussion with some other elected members, I've decided to pull my amendment, and I will just speak to the motion if that's all right with everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So, look, yes, as I commented earlier, and in following in with Councillor Matthews, this is really just deciding what we're going to ask our public about. Personally, I'm a sceptic of the benefits of land value rates, and I think the council struggles to get equity with capital value, and I'm especially concerned that there will be greater inequity between areas which have large numbers of people, but because it's at high density, the rates contribution coming from those people will be significantly lower, and that will impede the provision of local services such as pools and libraries, the burden of which will fall on people who don't use those services. I mean, in the end, rates are there to provide services to our community, and we always struggle, in fact, to find that the right mechanism to provide services to the people who benefit from those services in a way that is equitable. And while I understand the principle behind land value rates, I'm just sceptical that on that measure they have value. But let's have the discussion. Let's put the arguments to the public, because in the end they're the ratepayers, and they're the ones who are going to need to give us their feedback on what will work or will not work for them. I'm also, and this is why I put up the amendment, I'm also very concerned though about the viability of our city in terms of the commercial side. Because behind all those buildings there are businesses, and those buildings and businesses come here because it's a great place to do business. We've seemed to have lost that, and I think it's becoming a priority that we deal with the very high commercial rates that we have, in a sense, lived off for too long while we try and develop a city. Look, the increase from the previous commercial rates to 3.7 happened in 1 year, and we expected businesses to adjust to that in 1 year. Equally, bringing it down, it has an impact, but we're taking a long time because we realise the impact will be on residents in terms of the balance of rates. I do, however, think that the problem we have with the rates is as much a spending problem as it is an income problem, and that we need to deal with our spending. We have had some poor control, and I think this council recognises that. And in fact, I even commend this council for putting up this option to reduce our rates. I think finally the message that the business sector needs to have its contribution put to a level that's commensurate with the benefits they get from the council. And so in that light, I fully support all of the options being put out there, and I hope to and I will contribute to the consultation when it comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, look, I'm still not comfortable that number 2 actually makes any sense. Agree on the following options for consultation, and one of the options is to consult on changing. So we're going to consult the public on whether we should consult the public, because that's just how it reads at the moment. That's my concern.
Changing the rate. So we would remove the words under option 2, consult on. So we can say change in the rating base to change the rating, or potential change in the rating base.
That's literally.
And started at 4 general rates to, Yeah, we'd leave in the meeting. We can adjust that. Is everybody okay? Just to remove the word consult. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
and on, consult on, yeah.
All
Okay.
right. Excellent.
Thank you.
And I guess, as I said earlier on, I think the fact that we are looking at amalgamation. I do not think it is right for us to make a decision based on what Wellingtonians think, which potentially would then have to apply to the whole region. I think if we do want to look at land value, we should wait to find out what the story is with amalgamation, and we should consult the whole area. I do not believe that the people in Lower Hutt or Porua are looking for Wellingtonians to tell them what to do. I think they want a all-inclusive city if we do amalgamate, and I think in that mind we should wait to give them the opportunity to contribute to that. So, yeah, I mean, I personally haven't spoken to a single developer that has said that if we change the land value rates, that will inspire them to build a new building. I understand that people think that's going to happen. No one seems to actually have any proof of that. But more importantly, I do think if this is simply something that we really want to discuss with the public, we should first of all wait to see who the public are. Are they just Wellingtonians, or are they Wellingtonians, Porua people, Lower Hutt people, Upper Hutt people, and then consult with them in a good way, because otherwise it does seem as though amalgamation is Wellington City saying you guys are going to do what we tell you to do, and I don't think that's reasonable.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thank you, Chair. Look, in the last term, when the commercial differential came to us, I opposed it vigorously to do that reduction. That point in the cost of living crisis, interest rates were over 7%, COVID impacts were still being understood, and there was an incredible amount of uncertainty for Wellington residents. For me, at that stage, the idea of giving New World, Countdown, Mitre 10 and the like a reduction in rates while asking for more out the pockets of our residents meant that I couldn't support the change. 3 years later, unfortunately, things aren't particularly better for Wellington. Thousands of public servants have been laid off, and we have the threat of thousands more to be replaced by AI tools that can't correctly identify how many E's there are in the word 17. Petrol's only starting to ease off record highs thanks to our American friends, and the impacts of post-COVID inflation have made absolutely everything more expensive. So, in a sense, it's clear that many of those arguments applicable in 2023 still stand. But since that decision in 2023, and especially since taking on my role as Deputy Mayor, I've met with a lot of people, builders, developers, retailers, tradies, pubs and the like, and their feedback has been near unanimous that the current differential of 3.7 is killing investment in Wellington. I know personally of developments that are pending in our CBD and also in the northern suburbs, awaiting the outcome of this rating review as to whether they will proceed. And they are developments that, if they proceed, will result in construction, jobs, new housing and building. That is a compelling proposition that I cannot ignore. What I do think, though, the decision in front of us does, quite bluntly, is point out the inadequacy of a rating system to respond to the economic conditions of our city. For instance, I don't think a reduction in the commercial differential will make an iota of difference to bringing down the cost of bread at Johnsonville Countdown. But for a hospitality business on a net lease where they are responsible for the outgoings, it will make a difference in what they charge for a meal and how many people they hire. I'd love to find a way to separate those categories, but that's just not allowed for within current legislation. So for me today, with some trepidation, I'm supporting a reduction in the commercial differential. The extent to which we move, the phasing period and the like, that's what I want to hear from our community on. My gut is the preferred option put forward by the Mayor provides a certain pathway for the businesses, whilst also managing the impacts on residential ratepayers in an incremental manner, and that is the right approach, but I am completely open to changing my mind on how and when and why. On land value rates, I've spoken before about that I think this was about the only policy issue of substance that was debated in last year's elections. Wellingtonians had more awareness of LVR than, I would argue, Te Aki Wai, the harbour keys, commercial differential or any other issue we've confronted in the council term so far. There is, without question, a mandate from the public to explore this move, and I do believe the council should respect that. But I do also expect the consultation document to lay out the complexity of change in what is an extremely uncertain political environment. The public submitting on a change to LVR should understand the cost, technical and legal complexities of such, as well as incentives, opportunities and potential benefits. That's the right thing to do. Should a Head Start proposal proceed, our region is in a better position if Wellington has, through this consultation process, got a stare of public opinion. If there is strong support, we can look at how it should apply in a regional context, compare it against capital value approach, and identify the benefits and disbenefits. That is good governance. Through the annual plan, I think not only the council organisation, but actually individual councillors around this table did a really great job of engaging the public to have their say. A record 3,800 submissions received. I actually particularly want to commend the efforts of Councillor Tivenbucker to that end. It is a good thing when we hear from large volumes of people in our consultation process. So what I'm asking is that we do it again, because rating policies are so critical to the future of our city. I'm really excited for this consultation and happily going to vote for it to go to the public today.
Councillor Arubayi.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me now? Yep. Thank you, Chair. I also would like to support the substantive paper. I'm very excited as well to see what the public think about our rating system. I think it's really important that we look into it and see what is there best to do for Wellingtonians. I also just want to speak specifically for the reduction of the commercial differential with the preferred option and phasing it for that period of time, as the Mayor has put it. And not because I believe businesses should somehow be prioritised over communities at all, and not because I think that large corporations should get a free pass in that regard. But in fact, if we lived in an ideal world where multinational corporations and those who are more than able to pay their fair share everywhere they operated, local governments wouldn't be forced into these conversations nearly as often. But we don't live in that world. We live in Wellington, and in this moment, our city is absolutely facing some very real economic challenges. If we want businesses to invest here, create jobs here, lease empty buildings here, and bring people back into our city, then we need to acknowledge the environment they're operating in. Not every property classified as commercial actually belongs to multinational corporations with deep pockets. Sometimes it's a family business, sometimes it's a small business owner who spent years of saving and taking risks and finally purchasing their own premises, and sometimes it's a local employer trying to keep their doors open and their staff employed. These businesses are already dealing with significant pressures. We are an absolutely beautiful city. But we are also an earthquake-prone city, so insurance costs continue to rise, be it commercial or residential, as we've seen with previous matters. Operating costs continue to rise, economic uncertainty continues to affect consumer spending, and many businesses are facing challenges that are unique to Wellington. What we need to realise is that capital is mobile, and if we don't encourage capital to come to the city, it simply won't come, at least not in a steady way. Investors and businesses can choose where they spend their money, and if Wellington becomes increasingly uncompetitive compared with other centres, we shouldn't be surprised when investment goes elsewhere, which will ultimately lead to jobs leaving too. I do want to also clarify that a strong economy and strong communities shouldn't ever be competing objectives. They depend on each other. And when we talk about economic development, it's not just for the sake of businesses. It's for the sake of creating the conditions that allow people to find employment, support their families, contribute to local economies, communities, and build their futures here in Pōneke. And in that said, I do want us to tread carefully though, because while I do support the measures to encourage investment and growth in our city, I also believe we must never lose sight of those in our community who continue to need support. And many of us still remember the difficult conversations around community funding and grants. And we know firsthand that community organisations are often asked to do more with less. And we know the value they bring to social cohesion, inclusion, well-being and support for some of our most vulnerable residents. So while I do support this proposal today, and I'm very excited for this to go out to consultation and let the community have their say, I do want to leave us with a challenge for future discussions. As we work through to strengthen Wellington's economic heart, we need to also continue asking how we strengthen Wellington's social heart, because ultimately our success shouldn't be measured only by the number of businesses we attract, but by whether the prosperity we create is shared by the communities we serve. And the goal must be both, a city that is both economically strong and socially connected. And I believe this proposal helps us move into that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so you know, we have got a long list, and I'm allowing everyone to speak who wants to speak as well. So I'm not, so we next have Councillors Young, Foon, O'Brien, Compton, then Rogers. So that's...
Thank you, Chair. So,
Councillor Drummond, yep. Yes, you go ahead now. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I can't understand why we would go to consultation on a project where we don't know the implementation costs, but we do know that the council hasn't got the money to implement it. I don't like land value, the land value rating system, and I have a number of reasons. First of all, I don't like the idea of switching at the moment when the whole economy is in a perilous state, especially Wellington's, and we have amalgamation ahead, as Councillor Tiffenbacher so eloquently outlined. I am concerned about the possibility of cheap buildings being thrown up on land just to avoid paying the higher rate of rates. Which I know has happened before, as I outlined before. Although I was amused that when I quoted the Oaks, I got an email almost immediately saying, but it's my favourite hotel. And I emailed back and said, wrong building. Anyway, no, there is a new, it's been converted in Courtney Place. There is another, the Oaks. It's an unusual name considering its associations. My other concern is, when this was first mooted as a possibility, I had an email from someone who owns two little buildings that are 2 stories on the fringe of the CBD, and they both have little restaurants in them. And under the land value, their rates would go up 148%. He said, we cannot survive with that kind of thing. Hospo is struggling. Well, all businesses are struggling, but Hospo in particular. I mean, I want to have a city where you have lots of options about where you shop, where you eat, where you stay. If you want to stay in the Oaks, good luck. So anyway, I'm opposed to this. And finally, I would say that reducing the rating differential, which is appallingly high, and I have long fought for its reduction, doesn't mean we have to hike the residential rates. We could do something really revolutionary, like cut our spending.
Is that okay? Next on to Councillor Foon.
Right. Kia ora. For me, I have been seeking advice on how to extend the derelict buildings and vacant land differential geographical area into Newtown, because we have a lot of derelict buildings with owners overseas and no way of getting these remediated, for the benefit of the town centre. But I think now that we're looking at consulting on the LVR, I'm satisfied to leave that there for the moment, because basically what that will do will get the outcomes that we're seeking through that for the whole of the city if we go down that track. But I do just want to flag that is something that has been on many residents' minds in Newtown on how we can change that. As far as LVR goes, I think just hearing the report this morning from Mr. Curden Lees, that was really revolutionary for me, that read. And so I think just by going out to consultation, I'm really looking forward to hearing the different views and understandings of what that may or may not bring. So thank you for bringing that today. I totally intend to support it. And just regarding the commercial differential, I do regret not supporting it last term, but I think Deputy Mayor McNulty outlined the reasons why we felt we couldn't. But I think that always brings a big pain to hear our business community talking about that differential. So I'm pleased to see a pathway, and I hope we can achieve it. But probably the other one for me was thank to officers for undertaking the Bell report. I'm pleased to see that we are not recommending that reducing the downtown rate, as many of the small local businesses I am talking to are saying that it is not Wellingtonians spending the money at the moment, it is everybody that is coming into the city. So any dollar we spend on bringing people in is very, very critical to our small local business ecosystem. So I encourage you to support that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thanks, Chair. So I think it's great that we're considering taking a serious step towards implementing a land value rating system today. And I'll start with a rhetorical question for people. How many cranes do you think we have in Wellington? And I'm not counting the antique crane down at the waterfront behind me. True. There's a great construction indicator called the RLB Crane Index, and it currently shows that in Wellington we're at an all-time low. Auckland has 58 cranes, Christchurch has 8, Queenstown has 11, Tauranga has 14, Wellington has 4. And at least one of those is down at Mole Point doing some work as well. So now, obviously, there's a lot of economic factors behind our construction downturn in Wellington, but I think when we are presented with an opportunity to pull one of the levers we have at council to drive more development, a lever that incentivises land to be used more efficiently, disincentivises land banking, makes our rating system more progressive, is rates neutral overall and lowers rates for 60% of people, for me, it is insanity not to be jumping on that opportunity. And I've heard the argument from some on this council, well, this might have some merit, but it's not necessarily an urgent thing. I can tell you for working people, for renters and young people in Wellington, the lack of affordable housing is very urgent. And yes, the housing market has slumped, but incomes are now so divorced from house prices that for my generation, buying a house in the city seems completely out of reach. We desperately need to drive more affordable housing to be built in Wellington, and we should not sit on our hands while wealthy property owners are land banking and paying comically low rates in areas that need housing. In terms of the commercial differential, I will be supporting this today. I understand there's a range of views around the table, so it's great that we're having this debate and we're looking to get the community's views through consultation. Like my colleague, Councillor Chung, I always try to look at both sides of an issue. And on one side, I see that business confidence is low within the city, and making a signal as a council in support of local businesses is a positive step. However, on the other hand, I do have a real concern that the primary beneficiaries of a reduction in the differential will be commercial landlords at the expense of residential ratepayers. And I don't sort of see the evidence that these benefits will necessarily flow through to our small businesses. And additionally, I am concerned, as Deputy Mayor McNulty raised, that there will be a disproportionate rates cut to some of the biggest commercial landowners in Wellington. And I see the stories in the Post about businesses struggling throughout Wellington. And the primary reasons often quoted for this sort of downturn are usually the high cost of living, public sector job cuts, working from home habits post-COVID, and the transition to online retail. And so in my view, the biggest thing we can do as a council to drive economic growth is, number one, make sure Wellington is more affordable for its residents so they have the money to spend in the local economy. And number two, invest in our CBD and our suburban retail centres to make them places people want to be and therefore spend money. And unfortunately, the reality is that a reduction to the commercial differential means a 5.6 increase in residential rates and a potentially rates-capped environment. No matter how many efficiencies we find to make savings, there will be some tough decisions ahead of us, but let's have this discussion with the community, and I'm happy to support all the proposals in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to both the commercial differential and the LVR. So commercial ratepayers have been paying a disproportionate share of rates burden for years, and the increase up to 3.7 was introduced within a single year to give residential ratepayers relief, while at a time ignoring growing affordability issues. Reducing the differential restores fairness sooner and ensures businesses are not subsidising residential ratepayers longer than necessary. And although I support the options, a quicker transition would provide certainty and support local economic growth, and it helps businesses invest in jobs, wages and expansion rather than continuing to absorb higher rates. We are competing with the likes of Auckland and Christchurch, and any delay in providing an even footing further risks our economic viability, as we have heard today. To support this, if a differential of 3.2 is the appropriate target, well, then there's little justification for taking 6 years to get there. We need relief now, especially after periods of economic pressure. And lowering business costs can only lead to more investment, employment, and commercial activity. And a faster reduction means households will get to see the true cost of council spending sooner rather than relying on commercial contributions, and focuses us on tighter spending. Businesses create jobs and drive economic growth, and leading to housing affordability. It bridges that gap that Councillor O'Brien has just mentioned. If we can agree the current differential is too high, then it makes sense to correct it promptly rather than asking businesses to continue to pay an unfair share for another 6 years. On the LVR CV, this decision today, we're deciding whether to consult the public on a change to our rating system. We're not taking a step towards moving to LVR. I could debate the fundamentals, which include but not limited to Wellington City Council provides services. The CV better determines a method of distribution that aligns more closely to consumption. Wellington is actually already highly developed, and we have a 4 times rating differential to encourage development use. We've also changed our district plan to encourage high density. It is demand that is stalled, not a lack of rating policy. LVR redistributes the pie, but does nothing to reduce the pie, which is what our communities are asking for, which is affordability. I could go on and on, but I won't. Changing of CV to LVR doesn't make rates cheaper, it just changes who gets the bill. And before we talk economic theory, we need to ask a simpler question. Who in Wellington are we asking to pay more and why? However, in the spirit of democracy and a genuine desire to want to hear the public's view, I will support this going to consultation. I will not dampen voices. I will encourage my colleagues to remember this moment during the LTP consultation, to put politics aside and to be open to your colleagues and the options they might want to present to the public, even if it goes against your political views. We have not done that on many occasions, and it was heartening to hear today everyone speaking to wanting to hear voices. To build trust, we must listen first and not just to our own voices. Thank you.
Thank you. We next, just so you know who the rest on the list is, Councillors Rogers, Abdurrahman, then Chung. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I guess I should acknowledge myself that we're just speaking to going out to consultation and not debating the substantive issues today, but I have heard a couple of things that I wanted to rebut to. But the first thing I did want to talk about briefly was, I guess we've heard a lot about the context that our rates are in at the moment, and one of the things I think hasn't been mentioned as much is Te Aki Wai is looking to change the way that it rates for water usage until it installs water meters to a system where there is essentially an equal charge for everyone, which is a far less progressive system than what we have now. And so I think particularly the move to a land value rate, which does address some of those issues around the cost to serve, particularly for our fixed infrastructure that's below ground, is a more equitable way to make sure that people are paying for the services they consume. In terms of not knowing the implementation costs, that is outlined in the paper, and in terms of, is now the time to switch? I think Councillor O'Brien has laid out quite clearly why this is the economic time to switch. We can't continue to accept that the status quo is working for Wellington, and that's why we need to look at other opportunities. Adding a cheap building won't reduce the amount of rates that someone pays. It's not like the vacant differential, and this is why land value is actually better, because it does encourage people to produce buildings that return a higher yield, that return a yield that works for both them and their people paying their rents. There was one example provided about someone whose rates would go up, and Councillor Compton also said we need to think about who are we asking to pay for more in this scenario. And to me, that illustrates there is someone who is currently being subsidised by every other ratepayer in terms of the cost of the infrastructure that services their property. They are living in an environment where it is far more dense and compact, the services that are underground are far larger, and therefore people are willing to put a bunch more units and serve the cost amongst more people. When we actually switch how much that is paid, that means that all of the ratepayers in Wellington now see that infrastructure they have paid for through debt being used far more efficiently. And when we are so constrained in the amount of money that we can spend, it's incredibly important that we think about making sure all of our infrastructure is used wisely, all of our limited land space in order to retain things like our beautiful town belt is used wisely as well. So I think that's why it is fantastic that we are going out to hear the public's views on a switch to a land value rate, because I'm interested in hearing whether they think the current distribution is fair and whether land value could represent a fairer distribution given the services people consume. Thanks.
Thank you. We have, sorry, I've put my glasses on. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. First, I just want to endorse, not speaking much into the land value, everything that Councillor O'Brien and Roger said, and I endorse it and I would just leave it there. And the next part I want to speak to is a commercial rates differential. Last time I opposed it, and still nothing has changed, but this one is only going out for consultation. And we have about 85,000 ratepayers in Wellington. Out of 85,000, about 4,000 something, nearly 5,000 of them commercial ratepayers, 80,000 residential. The top 20 commercial ratepayers, their capital value is nearly 6 billion. And they are the one who will be getting, to some extent, who will be benefiting from this differential. And the 80,000 residentials who would be picking this, what that looks like if this goes from 3.7 to 3.4 in the next 2 years, that is about 5.5 million. That is an increase of about 2.5 rate increase. So for those who would be getting a benefit of it, if you have $1 million commercial rates, you will be getting about $20,000. And who deserve to be supported at this stage is at the core point when I make a decision going forward. However, as I said again, the mayor spoke to a lot of people that I don't have access to as a mayor, and when I had a discussion with him, and I'm convinced that we need to take this to a consultation. I'm really looking forward to hear what the community says. However, I'm not still convinced in moving this to the residential, how that's going to be in the interest of 80,000 residential, when thousands of them actually lost job from public services because of the government punitive and punishment policies. And some people seem to be excited to hear, some seems to be regretted. And my councillor Randall said that behind those buildings there are businesses. Yes, behind those businesses there are people as well. I don't think so. Those people who are those behind businesses, like the people on kebab shop who run this, will be benefiting from this commercial differentials. I would also like to say that behind the rates differential that distributed from the commercial to ratepayers, there are 80,000 ratepayers and their families. And that is something that we need to be looking at. I acknowledge the differential in Wellington compared to Christchurch and other cities is high, but I don't think it's something that we should be racing to solve it in the next 1 year or 2 or 3, like my Councillor Randall and the right-hand side tried to move an amendment. So it's a bit of tough one for me.
Sorry, Councillor Abdurrahman, but he didn't try to move an amendment. He didn't move an amendment. So if you just note that, thank you.
Cool. You can frame it that way. So all I want to say is I trust the mayor and the rest of the councillors when you say we're going to go out and hear it. For the benefit of the unity of this council as well, I will be supporting and going forward and hearing from the community. That's what I will be supporting, sending to the consultation. But I'm not convinced yet if this is the right direction, if now is the time.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you. I've thought about land value rating as compared to capital value rating for a long time, certainly going back into the last term. And I've always had doubts about value and the arguments that proponents of the land value are actually using. And so they're saying that the appeal seems to be that, if you go for land value, if you want us to support land value, then your rates will actually be cheaper. So we're looking at a benefit for for particular residents, and they're going to be looking at, okay, so what's in it for me? Am my rates going to go down? So that's what I want to support, because the cost of living is really high, and that's what I want to support. However, it's also said that, and so I have to say that I came into this meeting this morning thinking that I still support option one, which is not going for this review. But since then, I've received messages from people saying that, look, you always go out and you say that the constituents are your bosses. So they're the ones you come to. So they're the ones that I actually talk to ask them how I should vote. And so they've come back to me this morning and said that this is what you've always said. So why are you actually set on this? Why do you think that this is the best option? And what's wrong with going out and consulting with people? Because it gives more and more people the option to actually look at it and see what is best. And I think that we need to look at what's best for Wellingtonians, not just what's best for ourselves. And so I thought about that very much, and so now I am, it's often said that we shouldn't come into a meeting being predetermined and coming in with a particular opinion on something. So now of actually looking at, okay, is it a better idea to go to consultation? Now, I don't like spending money, that's well known, and so I think that it is going to cost money to go to consultation for this, but it may be the best thing for Wellington, so that's the way I'm tending to think. For businesses, I think a lot about businesses. Now, I've been actively engaged with this business in Nauronga. Now, they're considering, and they considered for 3 months, whether to actually have a shift across the road into a premise where they actually had room to expand. Now, their owners, this business is actually owned by a company in Dubai. And so what the company in Dubai is looking at is they're looking at the numbers. So they're getting all these numbers up. So they don't have any idea of what it's actually like in Wellington, but they're making the decisions purely on business. Now, this business employs over 20 people. And so I think about these 20 people and think, what do these people think? Are they interested in talking about land value, capital value? Are they thinking about, the business differential? No, they're thinking about, if this company doesn't stay in Wellington, they're going to lose their jobs. They're going to be out there in the workforce and the unemployment line looking for more jobs. So these are people that are so important to Wellington. We need more people to be here working and to stay in these businesses. We want these businesses to grow and expand. And so we do actually need, it is very important that we actually look at what we're going to do with the differential. Now, when we talk about a differential, and a lot of correspondence has gone around this morning about, let's make this change over 4, 5, 6 years or so. In the last triennium, the council then decided that, we'll put a huge amount of money into the water entity, and so, but that was put into years sort of 8 and 9, and so the feedback from that was that, that's so far out that we don't know what's going to happen in 8 years' time. We don't know if a council, 2 or 3 councils ahead, are going to actually stick to that, whether things will change. And of course, things change all the time, so you can't rely on anything that's pushed out so far. So these businesses, again, they're going to be looking at some indication from us that we do care about their businesses. We do care about whether they're going to survive that amount of time. They won't last. If we say that we're going to start changing things or start reducing their rates in 6 years' time, they're going to say, well, are we even going to be here then? So we've got to shorten that time span. If we're determined to actually make these changes, we've got to shorten that time span so that they can see that it's credible. So again, I've changed my views very much in the last couple of hours, but now I do support going out to consultation on this, and I do support having a shorter time period for looking at the differential that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chung, and you're within time as well. Before we go to write a reply, I will just speak.
I think one of the things is I just like to remind everybody is the council's very good at planning, but it's about delivery, whether it's delivery of our capital projects or delivery on services. And my concern in particular around the land value rating system is on paper it might seem fine, but it's actually delivering that in the complexity that we have at the moment with local government reform and also resource management reform, as well as amalgamation conversations that are happening, and we are also trying to bed in the transfer of assets over TAQI. So if there's going to be a perfect storm over the next 12 months, it's about to hit us. And having been, the dubious experience of having been a rating officer and a rating officer for Wellington City Council, I know the intricacies of changing a rating system and during reform, because I was here back in 2002 when the Local Government Act came into force. And I do have grave concerns if we go out to consult on the LVR, how we are able to actually implement it, given everything else that is going on. And if bills get incorrect, what happens, the flow on from that. And we've got to think of Wellington being an ecosystem. I've heard of comments about, well, this is one lever we can pull. I'm concerned that we'll pull one lever and we'll go round in circles, because it takes like driving a car. You have to have lots of different, whether it's pedals, levers, steering wheels. So we have to be conscious of the whole ecosystem, and when we make changes, and if we focus on one element and not thinking about the others, and you can. Economists will come up with different views. Often they look academically at matter. We've heard from Sense Partners this morning. We've heard from Infometrics a few weeks ago. Different opinions coming through both of those. And I'd just like to comment on the cranes in the sky. I would like to note that we had more cranes in the sky before we put our district plan in. So, you can either, you have to wonder, because again, we put our district plan in with the hope that we would build, all of a sudden we'd be building a lot more. We're not growing as a city. As we've heard, other cities are putting in, are doing a lot more building, and they have the growth. So we have to think again about the ecosystem, is what things are we trying to actually achieve and how we can do that. And when we just look at one thing being the silver bullet, as we've seen with the district plan, it's not. And you look at Tanaka Civic Square. We have this options there for developers to develop the corner site where the Willis Bond have and the precinct properties. They're all on hold because there's not enough funds available. No one wants to be in a building there, and I do take exception to the comment, well, 5,000 commercial ratepayers. Yes, there's 5,000 commercial ratepayers. They are paying 48% of the bill of the general rates. That 80,000 residential ratepayers are paying around about 52%. So there is an equity there. And I think we forget that those commercial ratepayers are also providing businesses with premises who hire people, who provide people in Wellington jobs so that they want to be here. If they can't provide the jobs, people won't want to be here. And we will not just not grow, we will be reducing in numbers. So I'd just like to suggest, with the I really don't understand how we can go out and talk about land value rates in the complexity of all the other changes. Because as we've heard with land value rates, it's not just that as a system, you have to look at the targeted rates as well. And so we haven't even designed those. How can we go out and consult with people when we are looking at changing the commercial differential? And I take heart that more people around the table are supporting looking at lowering the differential. The same applies to the LVR. You've heard from many people also that of the negative impacts on those as well. And as we, I don't know where you think developers are going to come up with some magic money either, because if you'd come to the Property Council's information session a month or two ago, you would have, they took us through what it takes to develop a property, the risks that are taken on, how to get finance, how to price things. So people will just walk away. They won't do the development. They won't take on the risk unless we can give them some certainty, some clarity. And I don't think if we go out in this current environment with all the other change, consulting on a land value rating system is inappropriate at this time. So I won't be supporting that particular one. On that note, I will finish up and write a reply over to the Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I think it's been a very valuable discussion, and I think what it's done is highlighted the full range of issues that we know apply to the questions that we're posing here for consultation with the community. Who knows what will come out of that consultation? I would hope that we'll have a good public debate about issues. I think there is value in testing the community's views on land value rating. If we didn't have amalgamation in our sort of on our program or on our agenda at the moment, there would also be value in doing so, because we have to think long term about how we're developing the city, and we have to think about how we are gathering the rates base that funds the activities of the council, that is about building the city, attracting people, creating a foundation for economic growth and development, creating a foundation for growing the number of people who live here. So those questions will still remain regardless of amalgamation. And if we are in the position in 9 months or 12 months' time of negotiating with neighbouring councils, those issues will come up. How we rate, what our ratings base is, and whatever transitional arrangements we might need. So the question doesn't go away, and for that reason I think it is appropriate that we consult now. That is the commitment that we made to each other on the triennium plan. And then on the issue of the commercial differential, we've heard all the arguments, and we've heard from colleagues who are concerned about a transfer of wealth, or cost at least, cost burden, shifting from what in some cases will be some wealthy landowners to residential ratepayers. I would say that the average commercial property is not the billion-dollar property. It's something much more modest, and it's occupied by much more modest businesses. And regardless of whether it's the building owner or the tenant, the rates are paid somehow, whether it's a gross lease or a net lease. It is the tenants who will be paying the rates one way or another, and therefore the way we rate, and if we have a high differential, commercial differential, that will bear upon the businesses occupying those commercial premises. So we should have a discussion about that, and we should think carefully about it, and we need to engage with our community on it. So I thank everybody for the debate. I think this actually demonstrates why it is important that we go out and consult, gather the views of the community in preparation for putting together our long-term plan, and what will in effect be our long-term financing plan for the future of Wellington City Council, amalgamated or not.
Thank you. Now I'm going to take 2.2 separately. Does anybody want anything else taken separately? Okay. All right. So we will we'll vote on 2.2 first, and then we'll vote on everything else together. So, Councillor Tiffenbacher?
Sorry, isn't 2.2 just part of 2? Isn't 2 agreeing to consult on 2.1 and 2.2? Or am I mistaken?
That we will still do, essentially 2.2 is about whether we go out with the preferred option or not to consider.
No, I don't think it is.
Yep.
Just to agree with Councillor Tiffenbacher, would it, if you don't want to consult on LVR, would you not just vote down all of 2?
Yeah, well, I want to vote, yeah, but we've got to take it separately. So we can do 2, the whole of 2 separately. But I also want to vote for 2.1, so we're going to have to do 2. Well, we want to I think we discontinue the review of the rating system. So I'll do 2 separately. Okay. All right. Is everyone agreeing? Right. Just on 2. Yeah, all together.
Can I ask for a division, please?
Certainly. Okay, it's carried. We'll now move to the rest of the recommendations. And that is all carried. Thank you. Now, we are want to check the room. We will either take a break after this paper or we can take lunch now, because we've still got a public excluded paper and then we have to go back to council as well. So we will be... Sorry? You want to ready to do the next paper? Okay.
Chair, can I just quickly get a quick point of clarification? As much as I enjoy hearing the contributions from all my colleagues, I noted that we'd been doing 5-minute speeches through the debates. I wonder if there'd been some change there. Can you? Was it not 3 minutes? No?
We suggest 3.
I
Yeah,
see.
I think it was just... I was just looking at the time. I didn't know. No. Yeah. Okay, I think that was an important. It's a long-term plan. I was comfortable everybody having a say, because the other thing was 3 people in favour or not. We could have just cut, but I think it was important for everyone to have a say. Yeah. And standing orders allows everyone else. You can actually speak again in committee, but again, sorry, Councillor Abaroa, I let everybody spoke once, so otherwise, yeah. Okay, all right. We'll move to the next paper.
Chair, I'm sorry. I feel I need a break actually.
Well, there seemed to be a keenness. Yeah. So we either do this paper. I mean, all I can say, there's no amendments for this paper that I'm aware of. So,
yeah, can we do a quick half an hour?
No, the thing is, it's about taking. We're going to have to do a quick half-hour break after this. Yeah, I think we'll just proceed with this. I think while we're in the swing of the LTP, so we will do this paper. Yep. Exactly. Okay. So what I will do is invite officers. Thank you. You're already well ahead. And to introduce the paper and answer any questions. Welcome back.
Thank you. So this is another paper on the LTP. Most of you will be aware that the LTP is quite significantly different to an annual plan. There's a lot more component parts to an LTP. So you've got a range of strategies, you've got a range of policies, levels of service, assumptions, and so on and so forth. And we try and structure decision-making on those in a systematic way and in a logical way. And so what's in front of you is an in-principle point on strategic direction as well as the financial parameters, and making an in-principle decision on this now just allows for the subsequent stages of the LTP to be developed. So the next stage is about looking at levels of service and looking at budgets and having some parameters in terms of the financial parameters that we need to be working within, as well as the strategic direction helps in terms of that decision-making process. So I'll leave it there unless there's further.
Just carrying on from there, I guess, is just identifying that this will be an iterative process and advice will be brought back to you throughout the long-term plan, and these are in-principle decisions and they could change. Thanks.
Thank you. I have questions from Councillor Osborne and Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to quickly ask a question around an answer provided in the written Q&As. It's question number 29, and it asked about the legislation to implement the rates capping regime. And the answer that's provided is that there is an intention by the government to enact that legislation in this year. I'm just wondering, given that the House is rising on the 24th of September and there's not yet been a bill introduced to enact rates capping, is it a little bit premature to suggest that that would be enacted in 2026?
Look, we can't really comment in terms of when that bill is going to come to Parliament. Certainly the information that we've been provided previously is that it would be around this period of time, so before the House rises. So that's all the information we have at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor McNulty?
Yeah, my understanding is that the government intends to do rates capping through a amendment to the Simplifying Local Government Systems Amendment Bill. So that has already actually been introduced at this stage, but the sections regarding rates capping haven't been introduced. Is that correct? Okay. So taking 4% is the constraint, but it's not formally legislated yet, albeit there's an expectation they can do that in urgency in August. If there was a change of government or coalition arrangement, given they may now need opportunity to be a four-headed hydra, that sees that constraint loosened or disbanded entirely, will our LTP process be nimble enough to respond should we see that the 4% rates cap no longer proceeds or that has a higher range?
Yes, it will be. So this is an in-principle decision. Obviously, what comes through from central government is something that you'll have to consider. I'll also just note, though, obviously the rates capping is one thing that has come through that we need to give consideration to. But I think it's also important to remember that we did a substantial amount of research to understand rates affordability in the city, as well as through the last annual plan you would have heard from a lot of people around the concerns around rates affordability. So all of those factors are driving into the recommendation that's in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify again, I think it's well worth listening to, but the meeting with Simon Watts the other night, he was quite clear. He said within the next few days there will be information coming out about representation reviews, and it was also he commented about the rates capping. They were still on track with that, and the only thing they were looking at was, if there could be exceptions for major infrastructure upgrades that might take, might mean a council might have to go over the rates capping, but there would be a process in place for that. But the intention was that would still be all introduced before the election. So we next have Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, mine was just a clarification to an answer provided in written Q&A, which was around the 4% limit on rates increases being a per capita per year limit. So is it that you are taking the base rate, the base rate of the next financial year, and then dividing both of those by the number of residents in Wellington? Because that would be my understanding of the per capita per year.
Andrew, I'm not sure if you were able to comment on that. Yeah.
So we're waiting for the calculations from central government officials on how you would calculate that. That's certainly the definition that they have used. We would certainly, without that guidance, we would form our own definition and make sure that that was super clear as we're working towards this. But we're actually holding to wait and see what their definition and their calculation methodology is. It hasn't been completely clear to most in the sector at this point in time. There are many different interpretations of it.
Yeah, because I guess my reading of that is that it doesn't take into account that there are, I guess, non-natural persons like businesses that pay rates.
Correct, and that's some of the confusion that we have. And so we're waiting for DIA, well, it'll be MCERT probably, that will provide that advice.
So the 4% that we're establishing in our LTP would be using the definitions that we've previously used, well, I guess even today, to indicate what the percentage
Yes, at this point. But as Rainer has noted, because it's an in-principle decision, we'll keep informing you throughout this process if we need to move or how we're looking at making that calculation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Yeah, just with the recommendation of 4%, have we been able to do any modelling on what type of services will be impacted through this?
That would be the next step, I guess. So through the presentation that we did a few weeks ago, we kind of showed what that would mean in terms of reductions in rates revenue required. However, this in principle decision will then start guiding the conversations around level of service changes and how much our costs need to reduce to stay in line with that limit of 4%.
I guess the question is we've got a lot of fixed infrastructure that needs renewals and they will take priority, and then we've got a lot of soft infrastructure, which isn't stuff that we're making. Yep, and that will likely be the hit. Yep.
That advice would come back.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I think it's just giving officers some certainty that we can start working on something, and that's what the government has said. So it's really not trying to pull another number out of the thin air, so to speak. We next have Councillor Abdurrahman.
So how without predetermining the decision of the consultation, how the differential playing into the rates regime, how that factored into that 0.4% once that came in?
So the 4% that we talk about through the financial strategy and the limit is about the total rates increase. So that's, say, moving from $400,000 rates required to $500,000 rates revenue required. Whereas, I guess, the decisions made around the rating policy is about, of that $500,000 we need to collect, who pays what and which ratepayers pay which portion. So it's two separate.
So basically, let's say if we collected 400 this year, and then if we continue to aim for that 400 plus that 4% increase, once the differential comes in, the 4% increase will completely change into 6 point or 7 point, or we have to cut it, the increase, into 2 to pay for that differential?
No, so advice that would be bringing back to you, for example, would talk about what is the rates increase year on year.
Yeah.
And then of that, with the current differentials or whatever rating policy decisions are made, what that means in terms of how that changes for different ratepayers. So, for example, the commercial differential, if that was set at 3.7 for 27-28 financial year, we would bring back advice on the portion of residential ratepayers versus commercial ratepayers with that rates increase and then with that differential.
Okay.
Thank you. I think the easiest way to describe is the previous paper was about how do we cut the pie up. This one is how big is the pie. That's really the key difference, and what colour the pie is, sort of thing. Yeah. few different rainbow.
And how diverse.
Yeah. So okay, are there any other questions? Okay, we will now, I'll ask the Mayor to move the paper, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move, and I think as we've established, this is about establishing some principles as we prepare the long-term plan. Obviously, finer detail can be considered when we come to do the actual long-term plan itself, but it is important that we scan the horizon, see what's coming down our way. One of those is rates capping, and I think the political signals have been very clear. And that signal is that this government does intend to pass legislation before Parliament rises for the election, and we have to plan on that basis. I think that notwithstanding that the principles talk about a 4% sort of cap throughout the life of the long-term plan, the policy indications are so far that the 4% cap would not take effect until the 2029 financial year, so there might be some flexibility in at least the first year or two of the long-term plan. That said, the reality is the government is sending a signal, if we haven't seen it already, is that financial discipline is absolutely crucial to what we do in our decision-making ahead, and we have to embrace that as we consider the next long-term plan. with the exception of the spelling error in recommendation number 4, that the decisions are in principle as opposed to PAL, I'm happy to support the recommendations.
I'll second it and just reserve my right. Is any other speakers? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Just very quickly, albeit got a lot of papers today, so hopefully I won't say much after this. Speak to this one. So I just want to talk about that 4% constraint, because while I'm supportive of it and going out for it in the anticipation of the direction that central government we expect to do under urgency in August, that is the practical implication of rates capping. And the rates capping regime, as it's been proposed, is deeply flawed. If the power bill for WCC goes up 5% under the regime, that 1% overrun has to become a cost out of other areas. If our insurance premium goes up 8%, then 4% needs to be offset from other areas of spending. It's based on CPI, as LGNZ have talked to us, but Wellington City Council isn't buying mince, it's buying bitumen. And this is a rates capping policy that ignores all of those realities. It's a bad policy that's actually designed to force expenditure reductions in the areas that the government doesn't like, just without the courage to say such. If this was a rates capping policy that allowed the council to pass through legitimate inflationary increases outside of its control, I think it would be defensible. I don't think this council has got to the value for money heart or smart spending that we would like to see it to yet. There is a defensibility to wanting to put a central government signal on tighter expenditure controls on council. But those glaring exemptions, the fact that it bases on CPI and that we cannot pass through the inflationary costs of which we in the market simply have to absorb. We have no ability to influence the cost of power. We have no ability to influence the cost of petroleum. We have no ability to influence the cost of insurance in a material way. But it doesn't allow us to do those. That is destructive. That is inherently destructive. So I accept the 4% is likely to be where we are legislated, albeit we've got an election in November and much water to go under the bridge yet. But this policy as it stands is not well thought out, and yesterday we debated a policy of the government that was not thought out, which was to move on orders with zero support that's attached to them. So I really just want to call that out, that our constraint is based around a deeply flawed principle regime at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Look, I think we probably all agree around the council table that we need to be financially prudent in all our decisions that we make. But I think the really important thing to talk about when it comes to financial prudence is that prudence needs to extend beyond the current generation to those that will come in the future. And we know that our climate is changing. And if we are to show the appropriate prudence for our kids and our generations that follow, we have to invest in resilience. And not only is it the morally right thing to do, but it's also the financially smart one. A 2025 report from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and the Ministry for the Environment said that for every $1 we invest in resilience, you get between $2 and $19 in return. Or to put it another way, resilience costs much, much less than response. And it is my view that the proposed constraints in this paper, notably the 4% maximum rates increase and the 200% debt to revenue ratio limit, means that we are less likely to be investing in the resilience that our city needs. It means that we're less likely to invest in the necessary changes to make our residents safer from floods, from landslips, and from the dangers of steadily rising sea levels. Because events like that are more likely to happen in a climate-changed world. And when they do happen, we have to respond, and it costs us money. I don't personally think we need to place these constraints on ourselves. If we look at the debt to revenue limit, other comparable councils don't have such a tight limit. We know the LGFA has a 280% limit. There is no compelling reason from my perspective that we need to be so far constrained below that. And yes, we know, as the Deputy Mayor has told us on many, many occasions, that the government wants to cap our rates. And there may be a wink and a nudge to the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, obviously more politically well placed than I am, that is coming through on the third reading of the systems bill. And if it does, that is an incredibly draconian way to implement legislation. I know that they have at least fessed up to introducing the draconian, taking the representative voting rights away from Pauiwi, and they're going to do that through the third reading. But I've not seen any public announcement around rates capping. But I would like to point that all the polls at the moment point towards a very high chance that the future government is going to look very different to the current one. We may very well end up with a government that is made up of parties that are more interested in evidence-based policy than those that are currently occupying the upper levels of the beehive. So it is my view that these proposed constraints in this paper will definitely prevent us from meeting the obligations that we have to our future generations. So I would ask you, colleagues, to join me in voting against them and asking officers to reconsider them. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad I allowed you over 3 minutes. That's fine. Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I think Deputy Mayor has pointed out very well that 4% is going to be bloody tough, and I think we all accept that. But I would also say that the reason this has come about is because the last 4 or 5 years we've increased rates by 80%. So we have been frivolous in our spending. We have made poor decisions that have seen the cost of running this council escalate to the point where, as Councillor Osborne pointed out, future generations are going to have to pay. They're going to have to pay the interest on the $1.9 billion we've got in debt, or 2.1, I believe, by the end of this year. So there is a reason why rate capping has come. I'd also like to point out that 4% isn't 4%. Doesn't equal 4%, which sounds really stupid, except for when you accept that in Wellington it's 4% plus a 2% sludge fund. It's also 4% on your average rate bill, which is $5,000 to $6,000, not 4% on a $3,000 rate bill like you'd be paying up in Auckland. We are an extremely expensive city to live in. It is probably the one thing that is holding us back most. And I'm not sure that we fully understand how big an impact we have on people's lives out there. So while I do think 4% is going to be incredibly tough, I look at the reasons why it's in place, and it says to me we need to be making massively harsh decisions that people will seem harsh, but we need to cut our expenditure massively. We just have to do it. There's no way. We have to stop spending money on projects we cannot afford. And at the moment, we're not 100% making those decisions. Even though we're better maybe than that's been happening in the past, we're still not getting to the point whereby we're going to make a material difference to the lives of Wellingtonians. And that still worries me. So I'd just like to say, yes, 4% is going to be very tough, but let's just accept our responsibility is to make this work, because unfortunately we are already burdening Wellingtons by a substantial amount.
Thank you. Councillor Foon? And then Councillor Randall.
Yeah, I appreciate this debate and where we are, but I don't think I'm not prepared to race to the 4%, to the rates cap modelling right now. And I think that flexibility and in principle is great, but from what I can see, when looking at rates capping and what it is doing around the world, it's forcing councils to be proactive, from being proactive to responders, and also in the UK, severe institutional and community breakdowns. So it's the soft infrastructure, if we put in a 4%, that will take the hit. That won't be Kandala Pool, which is a solid thing. It will be the community climate response, city safety, arts, economic development. Those are the types of projects that will take the hit. So I'm sorry I cannot support that today. I understand we did try and float something that as an alternative, so I will just be voting that down today. Just on the vision and community outcomes, thank you for the work on that, Mayor. I appreciate the work that's been put into it. I do think this is a really big opportunity to align with our city at this time where we need a clear direction. So I am pleased to see that those kupu are there in principle, and that we will be open to listening to our community feedback on what they see and where we can go. But I'm also pleased to see we will have a facilitated session on the activity strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall?
Thank you. Look, I first of all want to start off by maybe explaining to Councillor Rogers his comment about our debt to revenue ratio being... Sorry, apologies, Councillor Osborne. Apology, I know. For Councillor Osborne's comment about the debt to revenue ratio at 200% being, especially low, it's my understanding it's especially low because it forms the foundation of our emergency funding. We need to have extra debt headroom, and as a matter of policy, that's lower because if the big one hits, or if we have a big storm, a number of things, we are not sufficiently insured to be able to cover. And also we need some emergency money we can get at quick access, so we can react in a positive to any significant event. This city is vulnerable to significant events, as we've already seen it even within this triennium. And so that's what that's there for. It's actually, if you adjust for that, our debt to revenue ratio is as high as anyone else. Councillor Osborne also talked about investing in resilience. My view of looking at this council is that we've had 15 years of spending councils investing in resilience and various other good causes. It's really resulted in us becoming very, very expensive. I mean, the one part of financial resilience that we really haven't taken care of is the financial resilience of the money that the financial resilience of our ratepayers. And obviously that's had an impact. It's not just the council that's had the impact on our city's economy, but this council has had an impact on the city's economy that is significant. We've heard it from the Property Council, we've heard it in terms of the evidence. You've just got to look at the rates bill that we send to our ratepayers compared to other people. And you do have to ask, compared to what do they not spend on that we're spending on? We do spend a lot of money on something. Some of it is actually high costs of a procurement. There are some efficiencies and value for money that we are, that this council, and through, for example, Deputy Mayor McNulty's working group, this council is recognised as working on getting better value for money in the way this council purchases stuff. But we're also facing a reality check. Councils across the country have had spending growth way beyond inflation for a number of years. And during that time, those councils have provably, including this council, provably not invested in the core infrastructure. That is literally why we have had water taken off us. This was something that both the Labour government and the national government agreed, that the councils were not competent to do water because we went and spent the money somewhere else. We have a lovely convention centre, I believe, funded from money that should have been spent on our water infrastructure. And so there is a frustration out there, and we need to recognise that frustration. I think these principles are good. And I also think that the ones that are there are very sound. I do support them. But I do note that having a principle is more than getting it spelt correctly. It's also following it. And we do not follow our debt to revenue principle. We are over debt, and we will not get back into debt until 2023, or 2022-23. And that needs to be a priority, that we not only have a principle, but that we follow them. But I will support this because I think this is part of the big mixture. I think that this council, a more pragmatic council, despite some frustrations I have with it, a more pragmatic council is recognising the situation we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to reflect that, I guess like some of my other colleagues around specifically the 4% per annum, I think it would have been more appropriate to look at a range that is reflective of the timing for the implementation of the government's rates cap. I mean, I think, yes, we have an obligation to respond to the rates cap, but I don't think that means we have to put the cart before the horse. I think, you know, we often talk about how much we oppose the government's rates cap because of the impact it'll have on communities, because of the impact it'll have on this council. Yet it does seem to me that we are jumping at the opportunity to implement what they are proposing. I think, you know, obviously the decision for each annual plan will sit with us every year, and it'll be a balance of current and future needs. And I do think that continually setting the increase at 4% per annum does incredibly limit our opportunity to balance current and future needs. And I think for both the 200% debt to revenue limit ratio and the 4% per annum, I think it does overly balance the needs of current generations than future ones. And I mean, quite often what I hear from proponents of reducing our debt is that we don't want to burden future generations with debt. But I guess what I want to say is when I talk to people who are going to be future generations or who are raising future generations, they say, don't burden us with failing infrastructure. Don't burden us with a warming climate. Don't burden us with a shrinking economy, and don't burden us with unsolvable problems. And I think constraining our ability to respond to the problems that both current and future generations are facing is setting those generations up for failure.
Any other speakers? Okay, all right. I'll do my quick right of reply. I think we've got to remember this LTP is for 10 years, and officers need a framework to go away and work with. It is just starting from somewhere. It's not going to be the end result, but the work involved in doing their long-term plan is extensive. And if there are a lot of other changes in terms of our rating system, that needs sufficient time to be able to pull together all plans. So this now gives officers some certainty of the framework to work within. We know legislation is coming. From what I've heard from talking to some existing Labour MPs, that they're not going to overturn necessarily all of the government's plans for the current government's plans. So whoever is in power. But I think it was Councillor Randall made a comment. I mean, there is a lot of public opinion for rates capping, and that is because of the high rates increases that the public has endured over the past few years. So we've got, as a council, we've got to look at where we've put our money. You know, when you think about the blowout on the town hall, the extra niceties into Tamatapihi. We've got a sludge treatment plant that went from $200 to $500 million. So I will point out that Te Kina is paid roughly about 70 to 75% by commercial ratepayers. So that, unlike the other ones, it's not. It's mainly being borne by the commercial ratepayers who were very supportive of building Te Kina. So I think we just need to, there are going to be challenges ahead. There are going to be trade-offs. We won't be able to, we may not be able to build things like Kilburney Skate Park and things like that in the future. But we have to work within what we know now. And this gives the officers some certainty to be able to do this. This is not the final decision. So I'll hand over now to Mayor for right of reply.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for all of that. As everybody has said, these are in principle sort of resolutions. Just on the question of what might happen in the future, particularly on the 7th of November, I don't think that's a matter that we can accurately predict or that we should bank on a particular outcome. We work on the information that we have now, and that is that this is a government that has openly signalled an intention and a plan to legislate rates capping at a level that will be challenging for us. I think it is good discipline for us to actually plan now on that basis. If you have a look at the informed predictors, if you like, the poll of polls that were published today, or even if you look at probably the most reliable predictor of election outcomes, the TAB, I wouldn't be guaranteeing any particular outcome of the election at this point. and we plan on what we've got. And that is, and regardless of any government policy, actually, we have a political imperative, and I say a moral imperative, in the interests of affordability, to keep our spending under control, to reprioritise. I agree with those who say we have a major challenge with resilience and the investments we have to make for resilience. And it will come down to, I expect, at the relevant points when we're actually making decisions about actual things that we choose to do or not to do, is we will those will be decisions about priorities that we take. So this, I think, gives us a foundation, officers a foundation to do their planning and preparation for the long-term plan, with, I think, a realistic framework within which to do that, and a realistic basis on which we are going to have to grapple with some of those very difficult decisions.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, would you like 2.1 and 2.2 taken separately? Altogether, it would take all number 2, separately. And and anything else needs to be taken separately, or you're happy for everything else to be taken together? I'll see that's yes. Okay, so we will go for first up, recommendation 2, which includes 2.1 and 2.2. Would you, when the vote's open, can you please vote accordingly? We have a division on that, and that is carried. Thank you. And now we'll go to everything else. Do you want a division? Okay, that is carried. We will now take a break till 1:30, and then we'll come back and do the final paper. We'll have a debate about whether it goes into public excluded or not, and then we will then. Oh no, sorry, we're doing the decision register, then public excluded, then we'll go back into council. Okay, so we'll break until 1:30. The next paper up is the decision register updates and upcoming reports. I know it's looking quite light, but I'm sure there'll be other information coming onto the reports later on. But anyway, you introducing?
Yes.
Yep.
So I will take the paper as read, but what I will note is while there are a number of outstanding recommendations to be addressed, much of them have been addressed today through the adoption of the annual plan paper, because that was part of the follow-up. So we'll be able to close off many of those now.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Osborne?
Thanks, Chair. I just had a quick question. I understand officers have been doing some preparatory work for the review of our procurement policy as per our direction in the triennium plan. I'm just wondering when we might see that brought to committee.
That is, we've had a conversation with the chair and the deputy chair. We've agreed that we will do a briefing in August or September around then to elected members. Following that briefing, we note that you may have some preferences that you would like us to consider in the outcomes and strategy setting that we're putting in place for our procurement policies. So we anticipate we may do a sort of a short survey of you all and bring that policy to you at a subsequent date.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, I don't see anything. Okay, I'll introduce the paper. As I commented just briefly before, there will be obviously other items on the next two meetings. I think we are very much in a very agile state at this moment. Obviously, we've set some parameters for LTP, but they may well need to adjust as we go along and as we start thinking about the specific activities that fit within our long-term plan. Councillor O'Brien, would you like to second? Okay. Would you like to speak? Is there any debate? No? Okay, let's move to vote. And that is carried. Thank you. And we'll next now move into consideration for public excluded. Let me just get my papers. So officers recommend that the paper is the public is excluded from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting. I will ask officers if they could come to answer any questions about going into public excluded. Who's going to do that? Karen? Okay, Karen, would you mind coming to the table? Thank you. So are there any questions of officers? Councillor Tiffenbacher?
Yeah, having looked through the agenda for the meeting, I'm still not convinced that there's any reason why there's a conflict or a reason for us to be in public excluded over that. And I'm really concerned that we've gone into a lot of meetings where we've come out of that have been marginal. This one seems to be extremely marginal at best. And I know that there is a recommendation we do it, but I mean, can you maybe give us some guidance of why that's the case?
Sure. So we did initially consider that this paper would be able to be held in public. However, it has transpired through the development of the agreements and this paper that there was a difference between Te Āki Wai and council officers around the amount of borrowing that could be guaranteed through this. As part of that, officers have been able to reach a negotiated position with Te Āki Wai that has essentially now coming to you in the report and the recommendations for your agreement and approval. If you were not to agree with that, we would need to go back to Te Ākiwai and renegotiate. So recommending that you hold this in PX to enable you to have that open conversation in a way that won't prejudice our negotiating position if we do need to go back to Te Ākiwai.
Okay, so I still don't know that it meets the threshold of not cross, of being more important than being of public interest. To be honest, is there ability after this process has all been done for the public to make a decision or to scrutinise the reason why we're going into PX? Because obviously part of the training plan says that we're going to be open and let everyone listen and talk and everything. And I feel as though I struggle on some of the decisions we've made in this council so far around this.
So I'd note that this conversation is in public, so certainly people can hear and listen into this conversation and make their sort of judgment around our recommendations that we're making and the decision that you make. Following this meeting and the decision that you make around this paper, we would be able to consider whether we can make the paper public. I would expect that if everything is good and you agree at all, then we'll be able to make it public, and that will be available too.
Can I just ask, was it at Te Ākiwai's request that we make it public or private, or was it at the officer's request?
No, it's not at Te Ākiwai's request, it's our recommendation.
Okay.
Councillor Randall?
So what you were saying is that us having this discussion in public would lead to any decision that's made before, that's been put for us, to restart negotiations. I'm just a bit confused because the decision seems to be pretty definitive that what offers have been put forward, and it seems to me that we're at the end of the negotiations and we're just really getting the final negotiated position locked in. And so I'm also confused as to why that discussion, subject to some of the, individual parties naming and that sort of stuff, can't be held in public.
So what has been negotiated is the recommendations around the cap that you are agreeing or being asked to agree today, and then the amount that, if you agreed, that the Chief Executive could agree to extend by. That has all been reached subject to council approval, and Te Ākiwai is aware of that and acknowledged that. So it would be, if you did not approve the decision as we have put forward to you as recommended, we would need to go back to Te Ākiwai on that.
Okay. All right, I think that clarifies things a little bit for me.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions of officers? Okay, I'll move the paper. We have amended substantive where we agree to allow our barrister, Hugh Kettle, to remain for the public excluded item. And I would just add that this is about ensuring that our commercial negotiation with Te Ākiwai is held in private to protect this council's ability to negotiate with Te Ākiwai. Mayor, would you like to second? Would you like to speak now?
Well, yes. And I know sometimes when council enters into commercial or potentially enters into commercial arrangements or enters into negotiations for commercial arrangements, it's sometimes easy to sort of devalue that and say, well, public organisation, therefore all public. Actually, we have a set of interests to protect too. They are the interests of ratepayers and residents. Because if no one else negotiates in public, certainly no one negotiates on the basis of telling the counterparty exactly what their bottom lines are, what their positions are, what informs their position. That's not how negotiations are conducted. So it does require, passing the public excluded resolution does require a level of maturity about what negotiations entail. In order to protect the interests of the people we are here to represent. So that's why I'll be supporting the public excluded resolution.
Are there any other, Councillor Randall?
I hear what Meryl said, but again, as the officers outlined, negotiations have been completed and the agreed positions to be put to us. Look, this is a decision that will very unlikely affect this council, and I'm very uncomfortable about having such a major commitment made in private, in public exclude, I should say, when we're actually negotiating with Te Aki Wai, which in theory at least we own. This is not like we are negotiating with Downers for the next round of road construction where Fulton Hogan is also bidding. This is a local monopoly that we own, in theory, that we underwrite and have already underwritten in a significant way. And they seem to be acting as if they are an organisation that is not a public entity, that is not also responsible to the same ratepayers that we have for the delivery of the future services, and that they're asking for a future commitment that we will discuss and debate privately. So I just don't think that quite meets the criteria for what is a fully commercial arrangement. And so I cannot support going to public excluded. Thanks.
Is there any other speakers? Okay. I'll just briefly, Te Aki Wai is owned by the partner shareholder council, so it's accountable to us, and it's appropriate that we hold this negotiation or the decision for our negotiations in private to put us and our ratepayers in the best possible position. So would anybody like anything taken separately on the recommendations? Or
you could do number 3 separately, I guess.
Okay, all right. So we will go to number 3 first, and then we'll do the rest. So number 3, if you could just let the officers get set up. If you can vote, please. Okay. Are you sure, Councillor Chung, that you are voting against Hugh Kettle? Okay, being here. Okay. Okay. We'll now move to the other recommendations 1 and 2 that we go into public excluded. Can you please vote accordingly?
Can we have a division, please?
Yep. Thank you, and it is carried. So now we will just move into public excluded. We'll just Back in public? Okay, right, we are now back in public. And just before I close this meeting and hand back into full council, I just want to make a short statement around the reason we were in public excluded, and that was because we have a different negotiating position with Te Aki Wai, perhaps to some of the other councils. I can't comment on what that is, but I believe that we have acted in the best interests of our ratepayers, and to keep our ratepayers in the best possible position, it was appropriate to be in public excluded. And that's in the end what we had, and I think it's been proven correct that we were. So look, thank you all. I know it's been a busy day, and we are now to move to council, and I conclude the meeting now. Thank you. And we'll just take a couple of minutes to swap over.
Well, I'll get underway. Poe reps vacating, and councillors Randall and Foon are resuming their seats. So, look, just as indicated on the screen there's been a reordering of the agenda. So we get through this. So you'll see there, we'll have an oral update on the Head Start pathway. We'll then have the report of the Te Huematua City Strategy and Delivery Committee concerning Golden Mile and Courtney Place and the pathways for intervention. Then the report of Te Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee of today, and the adoption of the annual plan. Then the rate setting. Then updating the elected member appointments, which is about Councillor Randall's appointment to the Mana Trust. And then the decision register, and then public excluded items as indicated. So before that, I will move from the chair that the meeting be extended beyond the 6 hours in accordance with Standing Order 11.7. Do we have a seconder? Unless you really want to finish all the business in 20 minutes. No, was that Councillor Young? Did you put your hand up? Oh, Councillor Randall? No? I mean, Councillor Al Rubayi, thank you, somebody. Otherwise, we would have finished the meeting unfinished. We don't debate procedural motions, do we? Does anybody have a debating point to make on this simple and non-controversial procedural motion? I didn't think so. We'll put the motion. All those in favour, press 1. If against, press 2. Councillor Calvert, is your hoodoo working? Yes, that is carried, so we will carry on forever. Right, we have now turned to item 2.1, oral update on Head Start pathway, and I'll invite Chief Executive and, if necessary, Ben Henderson to update us.
Kia ora, members. I'm conscious it's been a long day and there's a slide pack of 30 slides in front of you, but
read them out in explicit detail,
this
please.
is possibly one of the biggest and most significant and most important decisions that this council may have to make, and it's important that we do update you on that. However, brief reminder of the structure. Obviously, the work's been moving at pace. I'll move at pace to try and get through these, and I know Ben will as well, and Sarah, who hopefully joining us online. We've been moving at pace to support the councils across the region to come to those decisions ahead of that 9th of August, or as the Mayor has possibly alluded to, maybe slightly beyond that. Mayoral Forum chaired by our Mayor, CEs chaired by Joe Miller, CE of Lower Hutt City Council, and the regional working groups chaired by myself, working with Luke Troy from Greater Wellington Regional Council as the Programme Director, with each council providing a resource into that. So each council's had an individual briefing. Ours was on the 2nd of June, and you also, in addition, you had a slide pack of sent to you on Monday of this week, for which the selection of the slides have been brought to you today. So all the mayors and CEs also met with regional mana whenua representatives a few weekends ago. We now have a link resource who's working with us through the regional working group and into the CEs forum and the mayors forum, and that will meet again in July, I think, a couple of times as an online catch-up, and then the regional iwi will meet with us towards the end of July. The timeline, there was a bit of a conversation going on earlier. This is a fairly fast-moving feast, so I'll say the latest update that we have intelligence on that is that councils who wish to submit a Head Start proposal will put that in by the date in August. We expect to get an indication from government in September, October, as to whether or not that Head Start proposal is being taken forwards. At that point, two things happen. If the government accepts your Head Start proposal to take forwards, then you can start to do some further work on that, but a decision won't be given until May 2027 by central government. The second part of that is if government doesn't accept your Head Start proposal, then it falls away and you wait until you go into the backstop process, is my understanding at this stage. There's always an opportunity between now and then for that to change, of course, but that is the advice that we have it as at the moment. So I'm going to hand over to Ben and Sarah to take over from Sarah Badley from MJ, who's been providing that individual support and that point of consistency, that link between each of the councils. She's been listening, supporting, and then synthesising all of that information to help us on our journey towards a decision around amalgamation in the Wellington region. So, as I say, the slides have already been shared with you, so we can maybe move at a relative amount of pace, and then if members have got questions, we can take those. Thank you.
Well, kia ora tātou, and thank you for having me again and allowing me to attend online. If we can just move forward to the next slide. Thank you, Ben. We are making good progress, which is shared with you today, around the foundations for the region and councils in the region to consider whether it wants to adopt a Head Start proposal, and the benefits of that, meaning that you can have a more bespoke model designed if your proposal is accepted. The work underway has identified a broad range of options, some design principles and objectives, which I'll share with you as well. We have also successfully completed the creation of a single financial model, which will enable us to, at a very high level, test some of the options and ensure that when you eventually make your decision, you are well informed by potential financial implications, albeit, as I think I indicated last time, of an indicative nature. We are also in the process across working group and CEs, informing the discussion at mayors and chairs, undertaking supporting analysis on functional activity, which is which functions could occur at which level. It would be fair to say, I think, that this is really pulling more attention and focus into the requirements for the whole of the local government system resulting from the resource management reform. And for city and territorial authorities, I think this is a new area, a new territory of understanding what functions that are previously undertaken by regional councils ought to be undertaken in the future, regardless of whether Head Start is a pathway that's adopted or not. So we are then moving to assess options and report back to you to make your decision in the time frame that was indicated. So we are working at pace, and it's going well so far. The perspectives that individual councils are holding are in line with what you would expect. Rural orientated councils are worried about ensuring that the planning functions and the needs of their rural communities are met in any representative model. More urban councils are wanting to ensure that the benefits of scale accrue in a fair way across the region. And everyone is keen that their community be well represented. So we're working through what that might look like and the parameters that government have provided. If we move forward into the next slide, thanks, Ben. These are the regional principles, which I think I shared with you last time, and they are good, sound principles. They align pretty strongly with the government's objectives. The differentiating one would be around the arrangements with mana whenua, if mana whenua are expressed as a core principle, and your emphasis on the economic potential of a region-wide approach, which I think is in the spirit of the government's aspirations as well, but you across the region have certainly articulated the real power of the region coming together as a single kind of economic, reputational, promotional force. So that would continue to be the kind of key differentiator, which we're designing to. And you see that being conveyed now in design principles, which are on the next slide. And these are reflective of what would need to be true if the model that is identified as a preferred or preferable option under the Head Start option compared to what a map backstop might look like. So I think these are the tests that we will go back and provide you with advice for your satisfaction as to whether each of these would be fair and true in the model. So as I have previously said, a lot of the discussion is between one or two, design principle 1 or 2 and getting that right. And option 3 the model design principle 3 tends to come from the balance sheet capacity that would be created amongst a larger entity, and a lot of focus on the potential under design principle 5, given the specialist skills required in some of the functions and that we're currently exploring with your officers now. I will leave it to those who are able to attend the hui to update on the partnership and discussions with mana whenua, but it remains at the forefront of our work and support, but also ensuring that we're working in partnership with mana whenua to do that and make sure their aspirations are met in any proposal that goes forward. This is all coming together then in the next slide, and what we have is a clear underpinning framework for reform for you to consider. You'll see in the purpose of any proposal a real articulation of the value that would come from a region-wide Head Start proposal, and then you've got below that a framework for you to be able to test any option that we recommend back to you. When we look at these options, we also make sure that we think of them as a system, and Ben will be able to share this with the next slide. And I think here it's really critical. This is where the hard work is, to tell you the truth, and where the words matter. And we are finding through the discussion that when we can ground our conversations in these 4 attributes, the conversations become clearer. A lot of people, when they talk about amalgamation, talk almost exclusively about the representative model, and that is an incredibly important component. However, representative model needs to be matched well with a really clear view of delegated authority and accountability. And I think for anyone who's participated in the Local Government New Zealand webinars and seminars that are being held, a lot of the lessons that are coming from Auckland are reflections on the original Royal Commission intent, the amalgamation that went through, and the model that's in operation now, and a lot of thinking about lessons that would come about participation, representation, and devolved and delegated decision-making rights. Those two attributes are really critical, I think, and will need to be tested by you when things eventually come back for your decision-making. What is done and where is something that we only need to get right at this level of decision making at a high level. There is plenty of time post submission, should you decide to go ahead with one, for working through that. What is critical is we have a really clear-eyed view of the planning and resource management roles and functions, as that is being very highly weighted by government in terms of what they're looking for any proposal. And finally, how it's funded and incentivised will be the matter that is at front of mind for you, given the discussions I've been aware of you having today and have on the rest of your agenda as well. We are expecting at this phase of decision making, it will be really a high level test about whether your community is likely to be better off in the long term under an aggregated proposal, or and whether those efficiency savings are realisable and your confidence in the ability to get there. The much more complicated financial component is what would happen in any transition approach and how long any transition approach. That is likely at this stage to need to be principle driven and is not the kind of level of detail you would get to in the decision to endorse a proposal going forward. In terms of timing from here, you will be seeing me again. We are scheduled with the support of your staff to give you another briefing on our progress, particularly on the options in that week of 6 to 10 July. That will be giving you an indicative feeling for the financial, the method we're using, and the metrics that you will be being asked to scrutinise in a more detailed way when it comes back to you a week or two later. All working to a pretty tight timeline, not so much because the analysis isn't done, because of the complexity of getting 8 councils to endorse a single proposal over the course of the period, which is really what that back end of July is being used for. So I was very mindful, Mayor, taking the soundings from you on your heavy agenda. I'm happy to hand over to Ben now and take questions should there be any later.
Thank you, Sarah.
Cool, thanks, Sarah. Right, I'll quickly run through what we're planning to do for community engagement here in Wellington City. Very briefly, so most councils in the region are doing their own form of engagement with their local communities. The view was taken at the mayoral forum that essentially, mayors and councils best know how to engage with their communities in the ways that they respond best. So that call was taken. Some councils are also participating in essentially a regional forum where they're getting representatives from multiple councils to join that one forum group. But Wellington City, we're engaging just with our community alone through this process. So hopefully you will have seen the draft survey questions which are sent around on Tuesday morning. As we've touched on already, the Head Start pathway process is very punchy. So the survey itself was softly launched yesterday, and we'll be rolling out comms across the various council channels and across council sites over the next week or so. The survey will be running from now until the 19th of August, and you can see the key objectives are really to give Wellingtonians a say on what they think about the Head Start pathway, essentially. Do they think that we should be participating in it as a council? It also gives an opportunity to see the sentiments in terms of what are the benefits that the community think are going to come out of amalgamation, but also what are they really concerned about? And it also asks what council groupings that the community might see being their preferred options should amalgamation go ahead at the end of this. So that's sort of the key reasons why we're doing the community engagement now. But this isn't formal consultation because it's at this stage, we're only essentially deciding on do councils in the region submit a proposal as part of the Head Start pathway or not. So if we do go down that path and are accepted by government, then we'd expect to come back to the community for more formal consultation as part of it, the big decision on do we amalgamate. So in terms of the timeline, you can see here, as I said, the engagement's going from now until the 19th of July. We'll be looking to do some targeted advisory group sessions with the council advisory groups. And then we're also looking to book in public forums on the 29th and 30th of July. And so they're intended to run much like an annual plan or long-term plan hearing session would, whereby people and organisations would have the opportunity to sign up and come along and have their say about the Head Start pathway. In terms of what does this look like for you all as elected members, so the next briefing, which Sarah mentioned, that would be in the week of the 6th to 10th of July. My laptop's frozen. That would likely, will fall during the July recess. And so what we'll likely do is share the materials as soon as we can. And then we'll look to book a council briefing probably on the 28th of July, where we can run through those briefing materials, but also run you through the analysis from the community survey as well. And then the decision paper will be getting published on the 31st for a council decision on whether to support a regional proposal or not on the 6th of August before submitting to government. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ben. And the final thing, I suppose, on that engagement piece, we encourage elected members to share that through their channels and to promote that as much as possible. The more we hear from our community, the better it is in terms of the proposal going forwards. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you all. Just to round out that, a couple of things. Sarah referred to the engagement with mana whenua. So we had a hui 2 weekends ago at Waiwhitu, and it was our iwi partners plus iwi from further up the line. Good discussion. They laid out their kind of wishes, expectations. The upshot of that was obviously they want to support the process, get to what outcome. Their preferences, a merged organisation would make their job easier in terms of engagement, and because of their whakapapa relationships to various parts of the rohe or the takiwā. And as a consequence of that too, a person representing them, Karapuka Tapu Dentis, who formerly the chief executive of Te Atiawa Nuitonu, he's now engaged at the chief executive level with the chief executives, with the working group and the chief executives to represent their input into the discussions. And the second point was at the request of the chief executives group, and also as a consequence of a signal sort of given by the minister, a formal request to submit a proposal from the Wellington region later in August has been sent to the minister. So we expect a reply to that any day now. Are there any questions on this? Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Foon.
Thank you. I'm interested to understand is in terms of our Head Start proposal that's being worked on, are we looking at going with one with a preferred option, or are we going to work up several? And for example, is one could be on more shared services, one could be on a certain grouping of councils. And I appreciate we're going out with a survey, but I just want to be able to understand: are we going to have more than one option potentially?
So I think the simple answer is yes. The slightly more detailed answer. So the Head Start proposal is based on the presumption that there are fewer numbers of councils are supported as an entity. So the starting point for government's proposal has been that you work within the regional boundaries and you have one unitary. Anything beyond that has to be justified and has to be supported. As Sarah, I think, said, is that they put great store by the regional planning system, which is being introduced under the RMA changes, as to be, and also catchment management as well, which is really, really important. So what we've been looking at is those the options that are surrounding that. So the Wairarapa councils are actually, I think, currently considering their options today and tomorrow from memory. The three Wairarapa councils are sitting down and having a think about how they respond to this as three rural entities. They'd already been considering whether they would seek to combine as three councils into one ahead of this proposal, and now they're looking at it and saying, actually, can they still do that, or do they need to be part of a larger option? So the paper coming forward will have a series of options. I think the outcome of this, after all councils have met, will be that final wash-up. What's the submission? Do we submit as a group of councils with one option? Do individual councils try and submit their own, because that's not technically permissible under the Head Start, but there are some who are still talking about that. So there's a lot of work to do between now and the 9th of August.
So what I'd like to understand whether we could submit, and look, I'm not saying this is the case, but we could submit that Wellington and Porirua is one option that could be delivered within a certain time frame. There could be an option with 4 metro councils in this region, and this would be the timeline, assuming, and then if it's a wider one. So is that some of the thinking that's going on at the moment?
So those are potentially all options. So yeah, as Matt said, the government's given a fairly strong indication that they would like to see us working at a unitary at the regional level. But in the Head Start policy paper, that they've lined out essentially a few different ways that proposals can be submitted. So they have to be a minimum of 2 councils as part of a proposal, as at least what the policy paper said. If there's more than 2 councils, then there are also options of whether it's a majority of those councils support this proposal, or if it's a majority of the population support the proposal. So there's a few different pathways that it can run down. But in the original policy paper, and also in the more recent guidance which has been issued, and you've got both links in that email from Tuesday, the government, they're giving a pretty strong steer that they'd like to see fairly larger unitaries at the regional level, and then we can potentially have some creativity or put forward some ideas for how that sub-regional governance layer might look.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Mine's just administrative. Can we keep all of these slides and all the stuffs on our resource centre on Diligent?
Yeah, sure. We can make sure it's uploaded after this.
Councillor Rogers and Councillor Randall, followed by Councillor.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time frame. I'm still...
Sorry, it was Councillor Rogers followed by Councillor Randall.
Councillor Rogers.
That's all right. I was just looking at the timeline that was presented. It appears that an options paper goes to the Mayor and Chair at the Mayoral Forum. They then choose because it's a singular term, Head Start proposal that gets developed. It then comes to Council, who I assume will have the option to either accept the option that the Mayor and Chairs at the Mayoral Forum progressed, or not accept it. So I just wonder, prior to choosing the one Head Start proposal that gets developed, what input local councillors have.
So there are some conversations ahead. There's a Mayoral Forum on Monday where we're looking at further adaptations of the models, and there's a conversation to happen there about how we get all councillors involved across the process outside of the briefings that are already being provided. So we're trying to keep the information flow as fast as possible, but also trying to keep some of it tight because of the movement and the time that's got to be. So the proposal would be, aside from the briefing, there's a conversation about whether there are either individual council briefings on the options, or there is a collective briefing for all of the options, which allows you some input. I know it's...
Councillor Rogers, is the kind of purpose of your question is to, you want some transparency about options that are being developed, what are the thought is perfectly achievable.
Yeah, and I guess, the hesitation comes from the fact that there's a week between that options paper for mayors and the chair and developing it, and it took 2 weeks for this public presentation to be shared with us. So in terms of the speed that information is moving from the Mayoral Forum to individually elected councillors, I have some concerns that there would be any opportunity for the individually elected councillors to have meaningful input into that process outside of what the mayor and the chair are doing.
Sure. Just to put a bit of context around it, I mean, there are because there are multiple councils involved, the mayors are representing each of their councils. The discussions are pretty fluid, and actually can change from one meeting to the next. So input of council laws to that on an individual council basis is kind of useful, but if it's devoid of the discussion with other councils, it may be difficult to add a lot of weight. I certainly agree with the need to maintain transparency, keep everybody informed, and certainly I'll undertake to do that. But largely because of the constrained time frame, the conversation is, as I say, very fluid, literally from 1 week to the next. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I share Councillor Rogers' concern about the timeliness, because on one hand we are saying there's a very short time frame, and then on the other hand there is delays and just being brought along on the journey. My key concern is just whether or not we are able to have some input on the scope in terms of the City Council's view about just how many councils, or what sort of council in a regional sense that we want to, what we would prefer. I'm just very conscious that ultimately we represent, depending on how many councils join us, between half and 2/5 of the whole region. And I really think this is probably turning up to be the single most important question about what final proposal we put forward. And I was wondering, when you look at it, it seems to be we're going to get a bundle and it's yes or no, and there'll be other things to discuss. But until I understand what sort of council is preferred by this council, it's hard to engage on any other matter around the proposal.
I guess the difficulty is that this council, it would be interesting to hear what this council collectively might think about what other councils should do. In the end, whatever proposal comes forward or goes forward to the minister has to be supported by the councils who choose to be involved. We can't determine that. I think, and that's why I think what is important is what a structure might look like and the principles that inform that structure. So as the presentation from Sarah Badley showed, I think where certainly the discussion with the mayors is getting to is that those things that can sensibly should probably be done at a regional level, things that can be systematised and rationalised at a regional level, let's do that. But stuff that can be and should be delegated, and we shouldn't be shy about the extent of delegation, let that happen at the local level. That discussion about design and principles can apply if there are 2 councils in the proposal, 4 councils, 7 councils or 9 councils, but we don't get to choose what the number is of councils who wish to participate. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I think probably following on from the questions that are being asked by Councillor Rogers and Councillor Randall, I guess I'm interested in what your perspective is, that if you're representing us at this forum, what are you basing that on? Because I wouldn't have thought, I'm not sure that we've had the conversations that we would feel that you would be able to represent us. Obviously you're the mayor and you're the leader of this council, but we haven't had the detailed conversations ourselves.
Sure. So far it is about teasing out from others, from other councils, other mayors and their chief executives, what the principles might be. And I mean, I could come to you and give you chapter and verse, various discussions that frankly have sort of, and quite rightly at this stage, have kind of gone all over the show. I think what's more important is once we start to distill down to a set of principles that around which there is a high degree of consensus, that's more useful. But I can tell you that there is I could not predict what will happen in terms of which councils and numbers of councils that might wish to actively put forward a proposal to ministers involving the Wellington City Council. So I think in order not to waste people's time is make sure that at the point we get something that is useful to discuss and debate, then let's bring that back. And the only other point is the principles about what representation structure might look like. We've seen some of that in the presentations. I sort of talked about some of those things in my speech a couple of weeks ago, but I get the point, Councillor Matthews. This council needs to have time to have a debate and crystallise its thinking on some of those basic principles.
Yes, and I think I think there is something a little bit missing in between a briefing like this, which is an opportunity to give us information and ask questions, and a formal decision-making process. So I'm sort of not seeing that there. Okay, so I think that isn't something that needs to be added.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Winston. That's very helpful. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just following on that, I think it would be a good opportunity for us to feedback, given
it's the presentations that we've seen and the principles that that the proposals are being considered on. What are our views? I mean, and then sort of trying to not as itself formal views as a whole council, but I think it might help, and they could be shared, amongst us with no formal decision making at this stage, but. Really, some of us may have some views, and it would be good to be able to share those in some way.
Yep, that's very helpful. Thank you. Any comments or questions at this point? No. If there's not, then I'll move that the information, the oral update with slides, be received. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor McNulty. Is there any discussion on the point? If not, Councillor Rogers.
Just to say that I was aware that some other councillors around the region received the slide deck that we received quite significantly earlier than we received it. And so while I understand the government has indicated this is a very short timeline, I think if we are under the impression that we're going to be able to ably meet it, it is important that anything that is discussed at the mayoral forum and information that is designed for us to be consumed is provided at the mayoral forum is delivered to us as quickly as possible so we can consider it with as much time.
Yep. That's good.
Happy to take that on board, and we will move as swiftly as we can.
Yep. Fair point. Thank you for that. Are there any other contributions? No. I exercise no right of reply, and we'll put the motion. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Move to item 3.1. So we're going to the report of Te Hoa Matua City Strategy and Delivery Committee. This is the report on the Golden Mile and Courtney Place. Does anyone have any questions before we move into debate? I will move that motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Young, is there any debate? We're allowed to be here till midnight if we want. All right. Then Carl's going. He's got a plane to catch, so we don't see you before. Safe travels. All right. I will put that motion. All those in favour press 1. Those against press 2. Declare that carried. We'll go to item 3.2, report of Te Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee. This is the report on the adoption of the annual plan. Are there any further questions on this? If there are not, then I will move it. Councillor Carwood, you're happy to second?
I'm happy to second.
And is there any debate? There's no debate. We'll put the motion. All those in favour press 1, those against press 2. That motion is carried. Item 2 point, whatever that is. The next item, rates setting. And I'll invite Ms. Kiriyama and Mr. Kleinbroad to speak to the report.
Lovely to see you all again. I will take the report as read. This is the official setting of the rates for the 26-27 financial year. Highly technical, but if you've got any questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions for officers? Councillor Foon. Don't hesitate, Councillor Foon.
Slowest hand I've ever seen.
I'll take it offline.
Okay, no question. Any other questions? We can take a sugar break if we need, but no. No questions. Then I will move the motion to a seconder. Councillor Calvert will second it. Is there any debate? Councillor O'Brien yawning. That was a welcome contribution. In the absence of debate, then I won't exercise a right of reply, so I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. That is carried. Just consult my notes. Oh, the paper on elected member appointments, as a result of recently provided information, like literally in the last 20 minutes, that paper is now withdrawn, and we will consider that at a later moment. That takes us to the decision register, updates and upcoming reports. Take the report as read. Are there any questions? Is anybody speaking to this? And any questions on the upcoming reports? Decision register. Was that a hand up, Councillor Young? No. Oh. Okay. Well, is there an officer prepared to answer that question? Just kidding. All right. I'll move that we receive the information. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Al-Rubai. Any debate? No debate. Then I'll put the motion. All those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. That's carried. Right. Now move to public excluded, which has been recommended by officers. I will move the motion. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Young. Is there any debate on moving to public excluded? If there's none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. That is carried. We'll just allow the live stream to be disconnected. Live streamed. It is? Oh, we're all good? Okay, we're good to go. All right. Please join me in the closing karakia. Unihia, 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 ki te uri tapu nui, kia wātia, kia māmā, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te tara takatū, koia rā I rongo, whakairia, ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia, kia ora. Thank you, everybody. Karakia. Oh, yeah.